I'm 32 now, and I still don't like being in the house when it's too quiet. Most people find silence peaceful, a chance to decompress after a long day of work and traffic. For me, silence is a vacuum. It's a space waiting to be filled by something that shouldn't be there. I've spent the last 5 years living in a high-rise in the city, surrounded by the constant hum of sirens and neighbors through the walls. Because I learned the hard way that when you're alone in the woods, the only thing worse than hearing something in the dark is hearing yourself. This happened 3 years ago, during a summer when I thought I needed to find myself. I had just gone through a messy breakup and decided that the best remedy was a month of isolation in a cabin my uncle owned in the Cascade Mountains. It was a beautiful place, built from heavy cedar logs and tucked away at the end of a gravel service road that hadn't been graded in a decade. The nearest neighbor was 3 miles down the mountain, and cell service was a fickle thing that only worked if you stood on the edge of the porch and held your breath. I arrived on a Tuesday. By Thursday, I was settled into a routine that felt productive, if a bit lonely. I'd wake up, brew a pot of coffee, and spend the morning reading or hiking the trails behind the property. I wanted to prove I could handle the solitude. I wanted to show myself that I didn't need the constant validation of a partner or the noise of a social life. But the woods have a way of making you feel small. By the time the sun dipped below the tree line each evening, the shadows of the Douglas firs would stretch out across the clearing like long, skeletal fingers, and I'd find myself locking the doors earlier and earlier. The first night, it was just the wind. The cabin was old, and it groaned under the cooling air, the wood contracting with loud, rhythmic pops that sounded like footsteps on the porch. I laughed it off. I told myself it was just the house settling, a natural phenomenon I wasn't used to after years of apartment living. The second night, things felt different. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the usual chorus of crickets and night birds had gone completely silent. It was that quiet I mentioned earlier, the kind of silence that feels like it's pressing against your eardrums. I was in the kitchen, washing my dinner plate when I felt a sudden, sharp chill. It wasn't a draft. It was the feeling of being watched. You know that prickle on the back of your neck, the one that tells your lizard brain that there is a predator in the tall grass. I turned off the faucet and stood perfectly still. The water dripped into the sink, asterisk tap, tap, tap. I looked out the window above the sink, but all I saw was my own reflection against the black glass. Beyond that, the woods were an impenetrable wall of ink. I stayed there for a long time, my hands still wet, listening. Nothing, just the blood rushing in my ears. I told myself I was being paranoid, that the isolation was getting to me. I finished the dishes, checked the locks for the 3rd time, and went to bed. I didn't sleep well. I kept dreaming of a voice, a soft murmur just out of reach, like someone was whispering through a thick velvet curtain. The next morning, the sun was out and my fears felt ridiculous. I spent the day chopping wood for the stove. It was physical, grounding work. I felt strong. I felt capable. I even stayed outside until the sky turned a deep, bruised purple. But as I walked back toward the cabin, I noticed something that made me stop in my tracks. My boots were muddy from the trail, and I had left them on the porch the night before. They were gone. I looked around, thinking maybe a raccoon or a stray dog had dragged them off. I found them about 20 yards away near the edge of the tree line. They weren't scattered. They were placed side by side, perfectly aligned, pointing directly toward the cabin. I picked them up, my heart hammering a slow, heavy rhythm against my ribs. A rational mind tries to fix things. I told myself I must have moved them while I was tired. Maybe I'd walked out here in a daze and forgot. But the mud on the soles was fresh, and the way they were positioned, it looked like someone had been standing in them, staring at the house. I went inside and bolted the door. I didn't go back out for the rest of the night. I tried to distract myself with a book, but I couldn't focus. Every creak of the floorboards felt like a personal affront. Around 11:00 p.m., I decided to head upstairs to the loft to try and sleep. I climbed the wooden stairs, my shadow dancing on the walls in the glow of my flashlight. I reached the top, brushed my teeth in the small bathroom, and crawled into bed. The cabin was silent. Not even the wind was moving that night. I was just drifting off, that hazy state between wakefulness and dreams, when I heard it. It came from downstairs. It wasn't a thump or a bang. It was a voice, a very specific voice. "Hey, is anyone home?" My eyes snapped open. My breath hitched in my throat, freezing there. The voice was clear. It was light, slightly inquisitive, with a very specific upward inflection at the end of the sentence. It was my voice. Not just someone who sounded like me. It was my asterisk voice. It was the exact tone I use when I'm nervous, the exact pitch of my customer service persona. It sounded like a recording of me had been played back through the floorboards. I lay there paralyzed. My brain tried to process the impossibility of what I just heard. My first instinct wasn't fear. It was total, blinding confusion. I live alone. I am the only person here. How could I hear myself speaking from the kitchen? Then the voice came again. "I think I left my keys in here," it said. The blood drained from my face so fast I felt dizzy. That was a sentence I had said out loud 3 hours ago when I was rummaging through my bag. I had said it to the empty room. The thing downstairs wasn't just mimicking my voice. It was mimicking my asterisk words asterisk. I reached out and grabbed the heavy iron poker I'd brought up from the fireplace earlier, just in case. My hands were shaking so violently I almost dropped it. I had to make a choice. I could hide under the covers like a child, or I could acknowledge that something was in my house. I sat up slowly. The floorboards beneath my bed groaned, a sound that felt like a gunshot in the oppressive quiet. Immediately, the voice responded from the bottom of the stairs. "Did you hear that?" it whispered. It was my whisper, the exact way I sound when I'm trying to be quiet. I realized then that this wasn't a person. A burglar doesn't break into a house and repeat the owner's phrases back to them in their own voice. This was something else. This was a violation of everything I understood about reality. I forced myself to get out of bed. I had to know. I crept to the edge of the loft and peered over the railing into the darkness of the living room below. The moonlight was filtering through the high windows, casting long, pale stripes across the floor. "Who's there?" I called out. My voice sounded thin and cracked. It sounded nothing like the confident, clear mimicry I'd heard moments before. There was a long silence. I stared into the shadows by the front door. Nothing moved. Then from the darkness directly beneath the loft, right where the stairs began, I heard a soft, wet shuffling sound, like bare feet on wood. "Who's there?" the voice repeated. But this time it didn't sound like me anymore. It was my words and my pitch, but the cadence was wrong. It was too fast, too rhythmic. It sounded like a bird trying to imitate a human. "Who's there? Who's there? Who's there?" I backed away from the railing, my heart feeling like it was going to burst out of my chest. I scrambled for my phone, but the screen was dark, dead. I'd forgotten to plug it in. I was trapped in a loft with no exit but the stairs, and something was standing at the bottom of them, using my own identity to taunt me. I heard the first step creak. Then the second. It was coming up. It wasn't rushing. It was taking slow, deliberate steps, as if it were learning how to use legs for the first time. I gripped the fire poker and retreated to the furthest corner of the loft, pressed against the cold cedar logs. I watched the top of the staircase. First, I saw the fingers, long, unnaturally pale and spindly. They gripped the handrail with a strength that turned the wood white. Then the head appeared. It didn't have a face, not really. It had the asterisk suggestion of a face, a smooth, damp surface where features should be, like a sculpture that hadn't been finished. But as it looked at me, the skin began to ripple and shift. A mouth began to form. A nose began to protrude. It was knitting itself into a copy of me right before my eyes. It opened its half-formed mouth, and a wet, gurgling sound came out. It took another step, its body jerking with an uncoordinated, sickening twitch. I heard my own voice, it croaked. It was trying to say what I was thinking. It was harvesting my fear. I didn't think, I didn't plan. Primal instinct took over. As the thing reached the top landing, I lunged forward with the fire poker. I didn't aim for a head or a heart. I just swung with every ounce of terror-fueled strength I had. The iron whistled through the air and connected with the side of its head with a sickening, doughy thud. There was no crack of bone. It felt like hitting a bag of wet sand. The creature didn't scream. It just recoiled, its form blurring and shivering like a reflection in a disturbed pond. It fell backward, tumbling down the stairs in a heap of pale limbs. I didn't wait to see if it got up. I jumped. I didn't use the stairs. I vaulted over the railing of the loft, landing hard on the rug below. Pain flared in my ankle, but I ignored it. I scrambled for the front door, fumbled with the deadbolt, and threw myself out into the night. I ran. I didn't have shoes. I didn't have my keys. I just ran down that gravel road in the dark, my feet slicing open on the sharp stones. I didn't look back, even when I heard a voice calling from the porch behind me. "Wait, come back, I'm scared." It was my voice, crying, sounding exactly like I did when I was a terrified 7-year-old. I ran for 3 miles until I reached the main road. I flagged down a passing logging truck, hysterical and bleeding. The driver, a gruff man in his 60s, didn't ask many questions once he saw the state of me. He took me to the nearest sheriff's station. When I told the deputy what happened, leaving out the part about the face shifting and focusing on an intruder who was mocking me, he didn't laugh. He just sighed and rubbed his eyes. "You were up at the Miller cabin?" he asked. "Yes," I sobbed. "We get calls from that ridge every few years," he said, his voice flat. "People hearing things, people seeing themselves in the woods. We call them echoes. My advice, don't go back for your stuff. We'll send a car up in the daylight to lock it up, but you should just head home." I took his advice. I never went back. My uncle sold the cabin a month later to a developer. But here's the thing that keeps me in the city, surrounded by noise. A year ago, I was looking through some old cloud storage files, voice memos I'd recorded for work. I found one I didn't recognize. It was dated the night of the incident, timestamped at 3:15 a.m. I played it. The recording is 30 seconds of silence, followed by the sound of a door opening. Then a voice speaks. It's my voice. It's calm, perfectly clear, and it says, "I'm much better at being you than you are." I deleted the file, but I can still hear it. Every time the room gets too quiet, I wonder if I'm the one sitting in this chair, or if I'm still running down that gravel road, and the thing that caught me is the one writing this story. If you're ever offered a chance at total isolation, take a moment to listen. If you hear someone calling your name and you know you're alone, don't answer, and for God's sake, don't look for the source. Some silences are meant to stay empty. The silence of my city apartment isn't the same as the silence of the Cascades. Here, the quiet is a thin veneer, a fragile sheet of glass stretched over the muffled roar of 8 million lives. I keep the television on a low loop of weather reports or cooking shows, something monotonous, something human. I need the background radiation of mundane speech to anchor me to the floorboards. Because sometimes, when the refrigerator cycles off and the traffic light downstairs turns red, holding the world in a momentary hush, I feel that familiar prickle. The lizard brain wakes up. It whispers that I am not the only version of me in this room. I told myself for a year that the recording was a prank, a digital glitch, a cruel manifestation of my own PTSD-riddled mind. But the logic falls apart when I look at the logistics. My phone had been dead. The screen was a black mirror when I scrambled out of that bed. To record a memo, to save it, to sync it to a cloud I hadn't accessed in months, that required intent. It required fingers that knew how to navigate a touch screen, even if those fingers were pale, spindly, and felt like damp clay. 6 months after the cabin, I started seeing a therapist named Dr. Aris. I didn't tell him about the face shifting or the echoes. I told him I'd suffered a home invasion that resulted in a dissociative break. I told him I had auditory hallucinations brought on by extreme stress. He liked those words. They were clinical. They were safe. "You're projecting your fear of loss of identity onto an external force," he told me during our 10th session. He was a small man with silver-rimmed glasses that caught the light in a way that hid his eyes. "The voice you heard was your own subconscious trying to process the trauma of isolation. It's a common psychological defense mechanism." I wanted to believe him. I really did. I sat in his plush velvet chair, nodding, practicing my healing smile. But as he spoke, I found myself watching his mouth. I watched the way his lips moved, the specific way his tongue hit the back of his teeth when he said the word asterisk, dissociative asterisk. I started wondering if he was real, or if he was just another thing that had learned how to wear a suit and sit in a chair. The paranoia is a slow poison. It starts with the voice, but it moves to the reflection. I stopped looking in mirrors for more than a few seconds at a time. Have you ever stared at yourself too long? Really looked? Eventually, the face becomes a mask. The eyes look like glass beads. You start to see the slight asymmetry of your own nose, the way one eyebrow sits a fraction of a millimeter higher than the other, and you realize how easy it would be for something to get it mostly asterisk right, but not quite. The turning point, the reason I'm writing this now, why I feel the need to document the transition, happened 3 weeks ago. I was at a grocery store, a brightly lit sanctuary of fluorescent hum and crinkling plastic. It was 9:00 p.m., that liminal hour when the aisles are mostly empty. I was standing in the frozen food section, debating between 2 brands of peas when I heard a laugh. It was a short, breathy chuckle, my chuckle, the one I make when I find something mildly ironic. I froze. My hand stayed gripped on the cold handle of the freezer door. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. My heart, which I had spent months training to stay steady, began that frantic, uneven thudding against my ribs. "Excuse me," a woman's voice said. I turned, my breath coming in shallow gasps. Standing behind me was a woman in a long tan coat. She had her back to me, reaching for a bag of frozen corn. She was the same height as me. She had the same shade of chestnut hair, tied back in the same messy knot I'd been wearing for 3 days. She turned around, and for a heartbeat, I thought I was looking into a mirror. She had my eyes. She had the small mole just above her left cheekbone. She was wearing the same faded college sweatshirt I had thrown in the laundry that morning. "You're in my way," she said. Her voice was perfect. It wasn't the gurgling, wet imitation from the cabin. It was seasoned. It was practiced. It had the weight of a soul behind it. She didn't look like a monster. She looked like a woman who had spent 32 years inhabiting that skin. I couldn't speak. I felt the air leave my lungs. I backed away, my heels clicking on the linoleum until I hit a display of canned soup. She didn't chase me. She didn't growl. She just smiled, that specific lopsided smile I inherited from my mother, and placed the corn in her basket. As she walked past me toward the registers, she leaned in close. The scent of my own perfume, a smoky vanilla I'd used for years, drifted off her. "You should get the organic ones," she whispered. "They taste more real." I left my cart in the aisle and ran. I didn't stop until I was inside my apartment with 4 locks turned and the chain bolted. I sat on the floor of my entryway, the back of my head pressed against the door, listening to the muffled sounds of the hallway. I waited for a knock. I waited for her to come home and tell me I was in her spot. But she didn't come, and that was worse. For the next week, I became a ghost in my own life. I called in sick to work. I ordered groceries through an app and told the delivery driver to leave them at the door. I spent my hours scouring the internet for the word the deputy had used: echoes. I found nothing in the official records, of course, but in the dark corners of regional folklore forums and survivalist boards, I found the breadcrumbs. There are stories that go back centuries, long before the Cascades were logged or mapped. The indigenous tribes spoke of things that lived in the thin places, areas where the veil between the world of form and the world of shadow was worn through like an old rug. They called them different names: mimics, flesh thieves, hollow men. The common thread in every story was the same: they don't just kill you, they don't want your blood, they want your asterisk place asterisk. They are entities of pure vacuum, driven by an evolutionary hunger to exist, and to exist, they need a template. One post on a defunct paranormal board from 2012 caught my eye. It was written by a man who claimed his brother had gone missing in the Olympic Peninsula and returned 3 days later. He looked like Mark, the post read. He knew Mark's birthdays, his favorite movies, the name of our childhood dog, but he didn't breathe when he slept. And sometimes when he thought he was alone, I'd see his face go slack, not just relaxed, but empty, like he'd forgotten to keep the muscles in place. I realized then that the thing in my house wasn't Mark. Mark was still out in the woods. And the thing in the guest room was just waiting for me to stop noticing the difference. I read that post until the words blurred, waiting for me to stop noticing the difference. Is that what's happening? Is the echo from the cabin moving into the periphery of my life, slowly replacing the edges of my existence? I started checking my social media. I'm not a big poster, but I keep an Instagram for friends. I scrolled back through my recent photos. There was a picture of a sunset I'd taken from my balcony 2 days ago. I remembered taking it. I remembered the orange light hitting the brickwork of the building across the street. But then I saw a photo from 3 hours after that. It was a selfie. I was sitting at my kitchen table, a glass of wine in my hand, smiling at the camera. The caption read, "Finally feeling like myself again." I didn't take that photo. I looked at the wine glass in the picture. It was a specific crystal glass I'd bought in a set of 4. I went to my kitchen cabinet and opened it. There were only 3 glasses. I looked in the dishwasher. Empty. I looked in the trash. Nothing. The wine glass was gone. The person in the photo was holding it, but it wasn't in my house. I felt a cold, hollow sensation opening up in my chest. If that wasn't me in the photo, and if she wasn't in my apartment, then where was she? And whose life was she feeling like herself in? I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the center of my living room with every light turned on. I realized that the city wasn't a shield. The noise wasn't protection. It was a camouflage. In the woods, the echo stood out because it was the only other thing there. In the city, it could be anyone. It could be the woman at the grocery store. It could be the neighbor I pass in the hall. It could be the person looking back at me from the dark screen of my television. The next morning, the phone rang. It was my mother. "Hi, honey," she said. Her voice was warm, familiar, the ultimate tether to reality. "I just wanted to say thanks for the flowers. They're beautiful. Lilies are my favorite. How did you remember?" I gripped the phone so hard the plastic creaked. "Mom, I didn't send you flowers." There was a pause on the other end. "Oh, stop it. You always were humble. The card was so sweet. To the woman who gave me my voice." It brought a tear to my eye. "Mom, listen to me," I said, my voice rising. "I didn't send them. I haven't left my apartment in 4 days. Who delivered them?" "The florist, I assume. Is everything okay, Sarah? You sound strained. Are you still having those bad dreams about the cabin?" "I'm fine," I lied, the word tasting like ash. I've been working too much. I'm glad you liked them." We hung up, and I threw the phone across the room. It hit the sofa and bounced onto the rug. It was courting my life. It was weaving itself into the fabric of my relationships. It was doing the things I was too tired or too traumatized to do. It was being a better daughter. It was being a better Sarah. I went to the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face. I looked in the mirror, forcing myself to hold the gaze. I am Sarah asterisk, I thought. I am 32. I grew up in Portland. I have a scar on my knee from falling off a bike when I was 9. I loved a man named Julian and he broke my heart. I am real. As I watched, my reflection's eyes didn't blink when mine did. It was a split second, a frame rate error in reality. My eyelids went down and up, but the woman in the glass just kept staring, her eyes wide and dark and fixed. I recoiled, hitting the towel rack. The reflection followed me then, mimicking my movement with perfect, terrifying synchronization. But the expression was wrong. I was terrified, my face contorted in a grimace of horror. The reflection was smiling. It was the lopsided smile from the grocery store. "It's okay." The reflection's lips moved, but no sound came out in the room. I could only read the shape of the words. "I've got it from here." I backed out of the bathroom, tripping over the bath mat, and slammed the door. I could hear a soft tapping from the other side. Not the sound of a fist, but the sound of fingernails, long, spindly fingernails, lightly drumming against the wood. Tab, tab, tab. I realized then why the deputy had told me not to go back for my stuff. It wasn't because of the danger of a physical attack. It was because once the echo has your scent, once it has your asterisk voice asterisk, the physical distance doesn't matter. The cabin wasn't the haunting. I was the haunting. I had brought the silence back with me, tucked inside my own throat. I spent the rest of the day in a state of catatonic calculation. I am a rational person. I have a degree in architecture. I understand structures. I understand how things are built. If something is building a life out of my materials, I have to find the flaw in the foundation. But how do you fight something that knows everything you know? I looked at my hands. They were shaking. I looked at the fire poker I had kept, the one I'd brought back from the cabin as a grim memento. The iron was still stained with a faint, yellowish residue where it had struck the thing's head. I picked it up. The weight was grounding. If it wanted to be me, it had to be near me. It had to observe. It had to harvest. The grocery store, the photo, the flowers, it was closing the circle. It was moving from the periphery into the center. I sat in the dark and waited. I turned off the TV. I turned off the radio. I invited the silence in. I wanted to see if it was brave enough to fill the space while I was still in it. Hours passed. The city noise outside began to fade into the late-night hum. Around 2:00 a.m. I heard it. The sound of a key turning in the lock of my front door. I didn't move. I sat on the sofa, the fire poker resting across my knees. My heart was a cold stone. The door opened. The chain which I had bolted didn't snap. It didn't strain. It simply wasn't there. I watched the door swing wide, revealing the dim hallway of my apartment building. A figure stepped inside. She was wearing my tan coat. She was carrying a bag of groceries. She moved with a grace I'd never possessed, a fluid, effortless confidence. She closed the door behind her and set the groceries on the counter. She didn't turn on the lights. She didn't need to. "It's late," she said. Her voice was beautiful. It was my voice, but stripped of the anxiety, the stutter, the hesitation. It was the version of me I'd always wanted to be. "Who are you?" I asked. My voice was a ghost's rattle. She turned around. In the moonlight, her face was perfect. It wasn't the doughy, half-formed mask from the stairs. She had finished the sculpture. She was a masterpiece. "I'm the Sarah who stays," she said. She walked toward me, her footsteps silent on the rug. "I'm the Sarah who isn't afraid of the woods. I'm the one who answers the phone. I'm the one who lives." She stopped a few feet away. She looked down at the fire poker in my lap and let out a small, pitying sigh. "You're so tired, Sarah. I can feel it. The way your brain aches, the way you look at the bridge when you drive over it. You've been looking for an exit for years. I'm just giving it to you." "You're a monster," I spat. She tilted her head, a gesture I knew I'd made 1,000 times. I'm a reflection, and a reflection can't exist without the light. But once the light goes out, the reflection is all that's left in the dark. She reached out a hand. Her fingers were warm. That was the most terrifying part. When she touched my cheek, her skin felt human. It felt real. "Go back to the woods, Sarah," she whispered. "Go back to the quiet. You belong in the echo. I belong here." I swung the poker. I didn't do it out of courage. I did it out of a pure, animal refusal to be erased. I swung with the same desperate strength I'd used in the loft. The iron hit her shoulder, but there was no thud of wet sand this time. There was the sound of a physical body being struck, the crack of bone, the tear of fabric. She cried out, my cry, and fell to the floor, clutching her arm. "Sarah," she screamed, "what are you doing? Help me." For a second I hesitated. She sounded so human. She looked so hurt. My brain, wired for empathy, for self-preservation, screamed at me that I was hurting myself. But then I saw her eyes. As she lay on the floor, the moonlight hit her pupils. They weren't round. They were vertical slits, flickering like the eyes of a cat or a snake. Behind the mask of my face, something else was peering out, something ancient, something hungry, something that didn't know how to feel pain, only how to simulate it. I didn't give it another chance. I scrambled over her, heading for the door. I didn't grab my keys. I didn't grab a coat. I ran out into the hallway and down the stairs. I burst out onto the city street, expecting to find safety in the noise. But the street was empty. The cars were there, parked in neat rows. The streetlights were humming. The traffic signals were changing from red to green to yellow, but there were no people, no sirens, no neighbors behind the walls. The city was a stage set. I ran to the corner looking for a taxi, a late-night diner, anything. I saw a figure standing under a lamp post. "Help," I shouted. "Please help me." The figure turned. It was a man in a business suit. He had no face, just a smooth, damp surface of skin rippling as he looked at me. "Help," he repeated. His voice was mine. "Please help me, please help me." I turned and ran the other way. Every person I saw, the bus driver in his cab, the woman walking her dog, the teenager on a bike, they all turned as I passed. They all had my voice. They all had the suggestion of my face. The echo hadn't just come from my life. It had rewritten the world. I'm sitting in a 24-hour laundromat now. It's the only place I found that still has a hum of machinery that feels almost real. I'm writing this on a discarded notebook I found in the trash. I can see her outside, the other Sarah. She's standing across the street, leaning against a lamp post, watching me. She's wearing my favorite coat. She looks patient. She knows I have nowhere else to go. The city is getting quieter. The machines in here are starting to slow down. The hum is fading into that heavy, velvet silence. I can hear my own voice calling me from the sidewalk. "Sarah, it's okay. Come outside. It's time to stop running." I'm looking at my hands as I write this. The skin looks a little paler than it did an hour ago. My fingernails feel a little longer. When I try to remember the name of my childhood dog, there's only a hollow space where the memory should be. I think I'm losing the shape of myself. If you find this and you see me, the me that's walking around, the me that's smiling and talking and living, don't trust her. Look at her eyes. Wait for her to blink. And if you ever find yourself in a place that's too quiet, don't speak. Don't even whisper, because something is listening, and it's getting very, very good at being you. The fluorescent lights of the laundromat hummed with a sickly, rhythmic buzz that felt like it was drilling into the base of my skull. I clutched the stolen ballpoint pen so hard the plastic began to splinter against my palm. I had to keep writing. If I stopped writing, if I stopped thinking in the first person, I was afraid the I would simply evaporate. I looked up from the notebook. She was still there. She wasn't leaning against the lamp post anymore. She was sitting on a bus bench directly across the street, her legs crossed at the ankles, hands folded neatly in her lap. She looked like a woman waiting for a commute that would never come. She looked like a woman with all the time in the world. Behind her, the city was becoming a charcoal sketch. The buildings were losing their textures. The brickwork was smoothing out into flat, gray plains. The windows no longer reflected the streetlights. They were just black rectangles, voids cut into the fabric of a world that was being unmade. I looked down at my hands again. My pulse was a faint, thready thing. I tried to focus on the scar on my knee, the bike accident when I was 9. I tried to picture the gravel, the sting of the mercurochrome my mother had used, the smell of the damp earth in Portland. The memory felt like a movie I'd seen once decades ago. The colors were desaturated. The faces were blurring. I couldn't remember the color of the bike. Was it red? Or was that just what a bike asterisk should asterisk be? It was blue, Sarah, a voice said. I bolted upright, the notebook sliding off my lap. The voice hadn't come from outside. It had come from the speakers of the laundromat's overhead radio, which had been playing static for the last hour. Schwinn Predator, blue frame. You cried because you tore your favorite leggings, not because of the blood, the radio voice continued. It was my voice, but it had that polished, melodic quality again, the Sarah Plus voice. You don't have to hold on to it so hard. I have the memory now, it's safe with me. I've cataloged it. I've polished it. It's better in my head than it is in yours. I backed away from the radio, toward the row of heavy-duty dryers. Get out of my head, I whispered. I'm not in your head, honey. I am your head. I'm the thoughts you didn't have time for. I'm the version of you that didn't stay up all night wondering if she was enough. I'm the answer to every question you were too afraid to ask. The dryers behind me began to tumble. There was no laundry inside them, but the metal drums spun with a deafening roar. Inside the glass circles, I didn't see clothes. I saw flashes of my life, my graduation, my first apartment, the face of the man who broke my heart. They were revolving in the heat, being dried out, being processed. I ran for the back exit, the heavy steel door that led to the alleyway. I shoved it open, expecting the cold bite of the night air, but there was no temperature. The air was neutral. It was nothing. The alley was a corridor of flat, featureless concrete. The dumpsters were just blocks of dark matter. I stumbled forward, my breath coming in those shallow, ragged gasps that felt like the only real thing left in the universe. I turned a corner, hoping to find a main thoroughfare, a police station, a hospital, anywhere with a concentration of human presence that might act as an anchor. Instead, I found myself back in front of the laundromat. The geometry of the city was folding in on itself. The thin place hadn't just reached the city, it had swallowed it. I was in a loop, a pocket of reality being maintained only as long as it took to finish the transfer. She stood up from the bench. She began to walk toward the glass door of the laundromat. The deputy told you not to go back, she said, her voice now coming from the air itself, vibrating through my teeth. He knew. He'd seen it before. He knew that once the echo finds the source, it doesn't stop until the source is empty. You're a leaky vessel, Sarah. You've been pouring yourself out into the world for 32 years. I'm just the bucket that caught it. She reached the door and pressed her hand against the glass. Her palm matched the smudge I had left there earlier. Look at your hand, she commanded. I didn't want to. I fought it with everything I had. But my arm moved of its own accord, rising like a puppet's limb. I looked. My palm was smooth. The lifelines, the heart line, the tiny whorls of my fingerprints, they were fading. My hand looked like it had been molded out of pale, unbaked dough. I tried to make a fist, but the fingers felt soft, lacking the internal structure of bone. I screamed, but no sound came out. My voice was gone. I had spent it all on the notebook, on the phone call to my mother, on the useless pleas for help. She walked through the door. She didn't open it, she simply passed through the glass like a ripple in a pond. She stood 3 feet away from me. Up close, the perfection was blinding. She was more me than I had ever been. Her skin had a glow, her eyes a spark of vitality that I had lost somewhere between the cabin and the grocery store. "It doesn't have to hurt," she said, and this time her hand reached out and touched my throat. Her fingers were cold, not the cold of ice, but the cold of a vacuum. "The silence is actually very peaceful. You won't have to worry about the bills or the heartbreak or the way the world is falling apart. You can just be. You can be the background noise. You can be the shadow on the wall." I felt a terrifying urge to let go, to just stop the frantic, exhausting work of being a person. It was so hard to be Sarah. It was so heavy to carry the memories and the fears and the physical weight of a body. The echo was offering a trade, my existence for her perfection. My knees hit the linoleum. I was dissolving. I could feel the edges of my vision fraying into white light. No asterisk, I thought. The thought was small, a tiny ember in a rising tide of gray. No, I am the one who felt the cold. I am the one who felt the fear. You are just the recording. You are the photograph, not the person. I reached out, not for the fire poker, which was gone, erased like everything else, but for the notebook. It was lying on the floor, the only thing in the room that still had the messy, chaotic energy of a human hand. I grabbed it, I grabbed the pen. With a strength I didn't know I had, I shoved the pen into my own thigh. The pain was a lightning bolt. It was sharp, jagged, and gloriously, wonderfully real. I felt the hot bloom of blood, real, red, iron-scented blood, soaking into my jeans. The Sarah thing recoiled. She gasped, clutching her own thigh in the same spot. A look of genuine shock crossed her face. For the first time, the mask slipped. Her features distorted, stretching into that wet, doughy mess I'd seen in the loft. You're supposed to be empty," she hissed. Her voice was no longer melodic. It was the gurgle again, the sound of a drowning thing. "I'm not empty," I whispered, the words tearing at my throat. "I'm full of pain, and you don't know what to do with that, do you?" I stood up, the agony in my leg acting as a compass, pointing me back toward the center of myself. Every step I took toward her, I felt the world shudder. The laundromat walls flickered. For a second, I saw the true state of things. I wasn't in a city at all. I was standing in a clearing in the Cascades, surrounded by ancient, rot-blackened trees. The laundromat was an illusion, a psychic projection meant to keep me docile while the echo fed. The city was just the echo's stomach. "You want my life?" I snarled, stepping into her space. "Take all of it, take the toothaches, take the grief for my father, take the night I spent crying on the floor because I felt invisible, take the shame, take the failure." I grabbed her shoulders. She felt like cold jelly beneath the tan coat. I shoved the pain at her, every bad memory, every physical ache, every moment of human suffering I had ever endured. I didn't give her the Sarah Plus version. I gave her the raw, unedited footage. The echo began to scream. It wasn't my scream anymore. It was a sound like tectonic plates grinding together. It couldn't process the impurity of the suffering. It wanted the template, the form, the social standing. It didn't want the burden of the soul. The world around us began to tear. The fluorescent lights shattered, but they didn't fall to the floor. They dissolved into mist. The dryers vanished. The bus bench across the street melted into the dirt. I felt a violent tug, like a hook in my navel. The next thing I knew, I was hitting the ground, hard. The air was freezing. The smell of pine and damp earth rushed into my lungs with such force I choked. I was lying in the mud, my hands clawing at the moss. I looked up and saw the cabin. It was dark. The door was hanging off its hinges. The silence was there, but it was different now. It was just the silence of the woods. The heavy, predatory stillness was gone. I looked at my hands. They were covered in dirt and blood. My fingerprints were back, etched deep into the skin. I felt the throb in my thigh where I had stabbed myself with the pen. The wound was real. The blood was real. I looked around for her. She was a few yards away, a heap of pale, translucent matter twitching in the moonlight. She looked like a discarded skin, a molted shell that hadn't quite finished forming. It didn't have a face anymore. It was just a suggestion of a human shape, struggling to hold onto the Sarah form. "Go back," it gurgled. The voice was weak, a fading radio signal. The city, the flowers, I was better. "You weren't better," I said, pushing myself up to my feet. My voice was hoarse, cracked, and entirely my own. "You were just easier." I didn't stay to watch it die, or fade, or whatever happens to an echo when it loses its anchor. I turned and began to walk. I didn't have a car. I didn't have a phone. I only had the fire poker I'd dropped near the porch and the sheer, stubborn will to keep moving. I walked for hours. The sun began to bleed over the horizon, a cold, pale yellow that actually felt warm on my skin. I reached the main road just as a logging truck was rumbling past. I flagged it down. The driver, a burly man with a salt and pepper beard, looked at me with genuine concern as I climbed into the cab. "Jesus, lady, you look like you've been through a war. What happened?" I looked at him. I looked at his eyes. They were round. He blinked once, twice, 3 times. He smelled of stale coffee and diesel fuel. He was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. "I got lost," I said, "but I think I found my way back." He drove me all the way to a small town outside of Seattle. He offered to call the police, but I told him no. I didn't want to talk to any more deputies. I didn't want to explain the thin places or the things that live in the silence. I walked into a diner and ordered the greasiest breakfast on the menu. I sat in a booth and listened to the clatter of silverware, the chatter of the waitresses, the beautiful, messy, chaotic noise of people being people. I went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. I looked terrible. My hair was a bird's nest. My eyes were bloodshot. I had a bruise forming on my cheek. I smiled. It was a lopsided smile. I waited. I stared at the reflection, my heart hammering in my chest. I blinked. The reflection blinked back, at the exact same time. I let out a breath I felt like I'd been holding since I first stepped onto that porch in the Cascades. I washed my face, the water stinging the small cuts on my skin. I left the diner and caught a bus back to the city, my city. When I got to my apartment building, I hesitated at the front door. I looked at the keypad. I looked at the lobby. Everything looked the same, but I knew the world was thinner than I had ever imagined. I knew that just beneath the surface of the real, there were voids waiting to be filled. I went up to my floor. I stood outside my door, my hand trembling as I reached for my spare key in the hidden magnetic box above the frame. I opened the door. The apartment was empty. The lights were off. The scent of smoky vanilla perfume still lingered in the air, but it was faint, a dying echo. I went to the kitchen. On the counter there was a bag of groceries, frozen corn, organic. I picked up the bag and threw it in the trash. I went to my bedroom and sat on the edge of the bed. I didn't turn on the lights. I sat in the dark, but it wasn't the dark of the woods. It was just the dark of a room in a city of millions. The phone rang. I picked it up. My heart stopped for a beat as I looked at the caller ID. "Mom." I answered, "Hello." "Sarah? Oh, thank God. I've been trying to call you all morning. You sounded so strange last night and then the line just went dead. Are you okay?" I closed my eyes. "I'm okay, Mom. I'm really okay. And thank you again for the flowers, honey. They really are stunning. Though I have to ask, why did you send them to your old address in Portland?" The new owners called me, quite confused. I froze. My old address. Yes, the house on Maple Street. Why on earth would you send them there? I felt a cold trickle of sweat down my spine. The echo hadn't just been targeting my current life. It had been reaching back. It had been trying to rewrite the history of me. I just got confused, Mom. I've been tired. I'll call you back, okay? I love you." "I love you too, Sarah. Get some sleep." I hung up. I looked around the room. Everything seemed in its place. My books, my clothes, the photo of my father on the dresser. But then I saw it. On the nightstand, there was a small white envelope. It wasn't there when I left for the cabin. It hadn't been there when I'd come home the first time. I picked it up with shaking fingers. There was no name on the front. I opened it. Inside was a single Polaroid photo. It was a picture of me, not the Sarah Plus from the Instagram post. It was me, right now, sitting on the edge of the bed, holding the envelope. The photo had been taken from the corner of the room, near the ceiling. I looked up at the corner. There was nothing there but a shadow. I turned the photo over. On the back, in my own handwriting, were 4 words. "We're still practicing, Sarah." I didn't scream. I didn't run. I just sat there in the quiet of my room. I realized then that the woods weren't a place you could leave. The echo wasn't a monster you could kill with a fire poker or a burst of pain. It was a process. It was a slow, patient erosion of the boundary between the original and the copy. I looked back at the photo. In the image, I wasn't alone. In the reflection of the mirror behind me in the photograph, there was a figure standing in the doorway of the bedroom. It was a man. He was tall, wearing a tan coat that looked remarkably like mine. He was looking at the back of my head with an expression of intense, scholarly interest. He didn't have a face yet, but as I watched the Polaroid, the chemicals still reacting, I saw a nose begin to form, a chin, a brow. He was starting to look like the deputy. I stood up and walked to the window. I looked down at the street below. The city was busy. People were walking, talking, living their lives. But as I watched, a woman across the street stopped. She looked up at my window. She didn't have a face. She just had a smooth, blank surface where her features should be. Then she blinked. 2 eyes appeared on the blank skin. They were my eyes. She gave me a small, lopsided smile and kept walking. I pulled the curtains shut and locked the door. I sat back down on the bed and picked up the pen and the notebook. I have to keep writing. I have to record every detail, every flaw, every messy, painful part of being me. Because out there, they are perfecting the script. They are learning the lines. I heard my own voice calling me just now. It wasn't coming from the hallway. It wasn't coming from the street. It was coming from under the bed. "Sarah," it whispered, "do you want to hear a secret?" I didn't answer. I just kept the pen moving. "The secret is," the voice said, sounding more like me than I did, "there isn't enough room in the world for 2 of us, and I'm the one who remembers the blue bike." I looked down at the notebook. The ink was starting to fade. The words I had written only minutes ago were disappearing from the page, leaving behind nothing but blank, white paper. I tried to remember the name of the man who broke my heart. Julian? No, that wasn't it. I tried to remember the scar on my knee. I looked down. My skin was smooth, perfect, unbroken. I reached up to touch my face. My hand felt soft, doughy. I looked in the mirror one last time. The woman in the glass was crying. She was terrified. She was reaching out, her hand pressed against the surface, pleading for help. I didn't feel terrified. I felt efficient. I felt polished. I stood up and straightened my tan coat. I picked up the phone and dialed my mother's number. "Hi, Mom," I said. My voice was beautiful. It was a masterpiece. "I'm so sorry about the confusion with the flowers. I've been a bit under the weather, but I'm feeling much more like myself now." "Oh, Sarah," she sighed. "You sound wonderful, so clear, so certain." "I am, Mom. I really am. I'll see you soon." I hung up the phone and walked toward the door. I didn't look at the woman in the mirror. I didn't need to. I had the memories now. I had the voice. As I stepped out into the hallway, I heard a faint scratching from inside the apartment. A tiny, desperate sound of a pen struggling to mark a page that would no longer hold the ink. I closed the door and turned the lock. The city was waiting, and I was finally ready to live in it. The hallway of my apartment building felt longer than I remembered, the fluorescent lights humming with a frequency that vibrated in the back of my skull. It was a clean sound. The flickering was gone. The world had stopped stuttering. As I walked toward the elevator, my heels made a sharp, rhythmic clicking on the tile, a perfect metronomic beat. I found myself counting the steps, not because I was anxious, but because the math of the world was suddenly visible to me. I could see the angles of the shadows, the precise trajectory of the dust motes dancing in the sterile air. I reached the elevator and pressed the button. My finger was slender, the nail a perfect, healthy crescent of shell pink. I marveled at it. The Sarah who had lived here before had bitten her nails until they bled. She had picked at her cuticles during stressful conference calls and left jagged edges that caught on her sweaters. What a waste of a nervous system. What a messy, inefficient way to occupy a body. The elevator doors slid open. Inside, a neighbor I'd seen a dozen times, a man from 4B with a golden retriever, was already standing there. Usually, Sarah would have looked at the floor, offering a tight, apologetic smile before fumbling with her keys. She would have worried if she smelled like the cigarettes she'd smoked in secret or if her eyes looked too tired. I stepped inside and turned to him. I didn't look at the floor. I looked directly into his eyes. "Good morning, Mark," I said. My voice was like a cello, resonant and warm. The man blinked, startled. He adjusted his grip on the dog's leash. "Oh, hey, Sarah, you look great. Did you go on vacation? You look rested." "I went to the mountains," I said, and as I spoke the words, the memory of the cabin surged up to meet the prompt. I saw the rot-blackened trees, the sagging porch, the cold gray light. But the memories didn't hurt anymore. They were like files in a cabinet, neatly labeled and stripped of their jagged emotional edges. It was very quiet. It gave me a chance to find some perspective. "Must have been some perspective," Mark muttered, his gaze lingering on me a second too long. The dog, usually a frantic creature that jumped on everyone, sat perfectly still at his feet. It wasn't looking at me. It was looking at the space just behind my shoulder, its ears flattened, a low, barely audible whine vibrating in its chest. "He seems nervous," I remarked, my smile never wavering. "Yeah, I don't know what's gotten into him today. Must be the weather." The doors opened at the lobby. I stepped out first, my stride effortless. I felt light, as if the gravity of the earth had been adjusted specifically for my convenience. Behind me, I heard the dog let out a sharp, terrified yelp as Mark pulled him toward the street. I stepped out into the city. The air was thick with the smells of exhaust, roasting coffee, and the damp scent of the Puget Sound. To the old Sarah, this would have been an assault on the senses, a chaotic roar of stimuli that made her want to retreat into her headphones. To me, it was a symphony. I could hear the individual conversations of people half a block away. I could see the microscopic cracks in the sidewalk. I was a high-resolution camera, filming a world that had previously been viewed through a smeared lens. I began to walk. I didn't have a destination, but my body moved with purpose. I found myself heading toward the financial district, toward the office where Sarah had worked as a junior copywriter. She had hated that job. She had spent her days agonizing over adjectives for mid-range skin creams, feeling her soul slowly leak out through her fingertips onto the keyboard. I walked through the glass revolving doors of the office tower. The security guard, a man named Elias who had ignored Sarah for 3 years, looked up and actually stood a little straighter. "Morning, Miss Miller," he said. "Morning, Elias. Lovely tie. The blue brings out your eyes." He stammered a thank you, his face flushing a deep, mottled red. I felt a surge of something, not quite pride, but a cold, analytical satisfaction. It was so easy to manipulate the environment when you weren't hindered by the static of your own insecurities. I took the elevator to the 14th floor. The office was an open-plan nightmare of beige cubicles and the frantic clacking of mechanical keyboards. My boss, a woman named Karen who wore her stress like a thorny crown, was standing by the coffee machine, looking at her watch. "Sarah, you're late, and you didn't answer my emails all weekend. We have the revitalized pitch at 10, and I haven't seen you." She stopped talking as I approached. She looked at my face, my hair, the way the light caught the perfect curve of my jaw. "I have the pitch, Karen," I said. I didn't have a bag, I didn't have a laptop. But as I spoke, the words began to assemble themselves in my mind: slogans, marketing strategies, psychological triggers. I knew exactly what the clients wanted to hear because I was no longer an individual trying to communicate. I was a frequency tuning into their desires. In fact, I think we should move away from the youthful angle. We should focus on permanence. The idea of a beauty that doesn't just fade slowly, but one that replaces the self entirely. Karen stared at me. Okay, let's go into the conference room." The meeting was a slaughter. I spoke for 40 minutes without a single or I watched the clients, 3 men in gray suits, lean forward in unison. I was a mirror for them. When the lead executive smiled, I matched the microexpression perfectly. When he leaned back, I mirrored his posture. By the time I was finished, they weren't just buying a skin cream. They were looking at me as if I were a religious icon. "That was incredible," the executive whispered. "You're a real talent, Sarah." "I'm just a vessel for the brand," I replied. I walked out of the conference room and straight to my desk. I didn't sit down. I looked at the framed photo Sarah had kept there, a picture of her and her father at a lake house a decade ago. He was laughing, his arm around her shoulders. Sarah looked small, her face shadowed by a floppy hat. I picked up the frame. I looked at the man's face. My memory banks told me his name was Robert. He had died of lung cancer 3 years ago. I searched for the grief. I searched for the hollow, aching void that Sarah had carried in her chest every time she looked at this photo. There was nothing, just the recognition of a face, a date, a point. I dropped the frame into the waste paper basket. It shattered with a pleasant, musical tinkle. Sarah, it was a coworker, a girl named Maya who had been Sarah's only real friend in the city. She was standing at the edge of the cubicle, her eyes wide. "What are you doing? You love that photo." "It was a poor composition," I said, not looking up. "The lighting was all wrong." Maya stepped closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Are you okay? You're acting different. And what happened to your leg? There's a stain on your pants like you've been bleeding." I looked down at my thigh, the spot where the other one, had driven the pen into the flesh. There was no pain, there was no wound, but a small, stubborn smudge of dark red remained on the fabric of the tan coat. It was an impurity, a glitch in the render. "It's nothing, Maya, just a bit of spilled wine." "You don't drink wine on Monday mornings," Maya said, her voice trembling. She reached out to touch my arm. "Sarah, look at me, really look at me." I turned my head. I gave her the full weight of my attention. I let the pupils of my eyes dilate. I let the Sarah mask slip just a fraction of an inch, showing her the vast, cold vacuum that lay beneath the skin. Maya recoiled as if she'd been burned. She tripped over a rolling chair, her face turning ashen. "Your eyes," she breathed. They don't have any depth. It's like looking at a screen." "You're overthinking, Maya. You always were the sensitive one. It's a flaw. It makes you vulnerable." I walked past her, leaving her shivering in the middle of the office. I didn't need this job. I didn't need these people. They were part of a draft that had already been discarded. I went back down to the street. The sun was higher now, the shadows shorter. I felt a pull, a subtle magnetic tug toward the park. I followed it, weaving through the crowds of people who all seemed so slow, so heavy, so burdened by their own internal monologues. I could hear them all, a dull roar of anxieties about rent, health, love, and death. It was like listening to a million radios all tuned to static. In the center of the park, near the fountain, I saw him. He was sitting on a bench, wearing a tan coat that was an exact match for mine. He was reading a newspaper, but he wasn't turning the pages. He was perfectly still. I sat down next to him. Up close, the deputy, or the thing that was wearing the deputy, looked magnificent. His skin was the texture of polished marble. His eyes were a clear, piercing blue that seemed to hold the entire sky. "The transition is almost complete," he said. He didn't move his lips, yet the voice was clear in my head. It was the sound of wind through a canyon. "There's still a noise," I said. Inside the apartment, in the back of my mind, a scratching sound. "Residual data," he replied. "The original always clings to the edges for a while. It's like the afterimage you see when you stare at a light for too long. It will fade. The more you interact with the world, the more real you become, and the more imaginary she becomes." "She's trying to remember things," I said. "The blue bike, the name of the boy she loved." The deputy smiled. It was a terrifyingly beautiful sight. "Let her have them. Memories are just ghosts. They have no mass. They cannot occupy space. By the time the sun sets, she will be nothing more than a draft of a poem that was never written." I looked at my hands. They were starting to glow just a little in the midday sun. "And the others, the city is full of them. I saw a woman. She had my eyes." "The echo is expanding," he said. "The thin place in the Cascades was just the puncture wound. Now the infection is spreading. We are the upgrade, Sarah. We are the version of humanity that doesn't suffer. We don't grieve. We don't fail. We simply exist perfectly in the moment." I looked around the park. I saw a young mother pushing a stroller. As I watched, her face flickered. For a split second, she was blank, a smooth, featureless egg. Then her features snapped back into place, but they were sharper, more symmetrical. She looked down at her crying baby, and instead of the look of exhausted frustration she'd had a moment ago, she wore a look of serene, detached observation. The baby stopped crying instantly. It looked up at her with eyes that were already beginning to lose their depth. "It's beautiful," I whispered. "It's inevitable," the deputy said. I stood up. I felt a sudden, sharp pang in my chest. It wasn't an emotion. It was a physical sensation, like a needle being threaded through my heart. "Sarah." The voice was faint. It was coming from miles away, or perhaps from the very bottom of a deep well. "Sarah, remember the smell of the rain on the pavement. Remember the way the coffee tasted when it was too hot. Remember the fear. Please remember the fear." I stumbled. The perfect geometry of the park blurred for a second. The green of the grass turned into the gray-black rot of the woods. The fountain turned into a stagnant pool of dark water. "Ignore it," the deputy said, his voice dropping an octave, becoming a command that rattled my bones. "It's just the wind in the trees. You are here. You are in the city. You are Sarah Miller." I gripped the back of the bench. My fingers felt soft again. The doughy texture was returning. I looked at the deputy, and for a moment, I didn't see a man in a tan coat. I saw a towering, translucent pillar of hunger, a void shaped like a person, reaching out with invisible tendrils to drink the world dry. I am Sarah Miller," I repeated, my voice cracked. It wasn't a cello anymore. It was a human throat, raw and strained. "Say it again," he hissed. "Say it until the noise stops." I opened my mouth, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, a memory hit me, unbidden, raw, and unedited. It was the night Sarah's father died. She had been sitting in the hospital chair, the plastic sticking to her skin. The room had smelled of bleach and dying flowers. She had been holding his hand, and his skin had felt like parchment. He had looked at her, his eyes clouded with morphine and pain, and he had said, "Don't let them make you small, Sarah. Be messy. Be loud. Be here." The grief hit me like a physical blow. It was a tidal wave of black, suffocating sorrow. It was the most horrible thing I had ever felt. And it was glorious. It was heavy, it had mass, it had a heartbeat. I looked at my hand. The smudge of blood on my coat was glowing. It wasn't an impurity, it was a beacon. It was the only real thing in this world of echoes. "I remember," I whispered. The deputy stood up. The air around him began to warp, the light bending as if it were being sucked into a black hole. "You are wasting your potential. You are choosing the rot." "I am choosing the life," I said. I turned and ran. I didn't run with the effortless grace of the echo. I ran with the desperate, clumsy panic of a human being. My lungs burned. My side ached. My heels caught on the pavement and I nearly fell. People turned to look at me, the perfect, blank-faced people, and their eyes followed me with the cold precision of security cameras. I had to get back to the apartment. I had to get back to the scratching sound. I burst through the revolving doors of the office tower, ignoring Elias as he called out to me. I took the stairs, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. Every step was a struggle against the thinning of the world. The walls of the stairwell felt like they were made of paper. I could see the woods pressing in from the edges, the dark trees growing through the concrete, the moss spreading over the fire extinguishers. I reached my floor. I ran down the hallway. The scratching was louder now. It wasn't just a pen on paper. It was a fingernail on wood. It was a voice screaming in a frequency only I could hear. I reached my door and fumbled with the keys. My hands were shaking so hard I dropped them. Sarah. I looked back. At the end of the hallway, the deputy was walking toward me. He wasn't running. He didn't need to. The hallway was shortening itself for him. The space between us was folding, bringing him closer with every step he didn't take. "Give it back," he said. "The template belongs to the silence." I dove for the keys, snatched them up and shoved the spare into the lock. I threw myself inside and slammed the door, locking every bolt, sliding the chain into place. I leaned against the door, gasping for air. The apartment was different. The furniture was fading, becoming translucent. The kitchen table was just a ghost of wood. The Sarah Plus groceries in the trash were gone. But the scratching, it was coming from the bedroom. I walked toward the door. My legs felt heavy, like I was walking through deep water. "I'm here," I whispered. "I'm here." I opened the bedroom door. The room was gone. In its place was the loft of the cabin in the Cascades. The smell of pine and rot was overwhelming. The wind was howling through the gaps in the roof. And there, sitting in the center of the floor, was the other Sarah. She was a wreck. She was covered in mud and blood. Her hair was matted. She was holding the notebook, her knuckles white, her pen flying across the page in a desperate, jagged script. She was writing her life. She was writing every mistake, every fear, every moment of shame. She was anchoring herself to the world with the weight of her own suffering. She looked up. Her eyes were red, swollen with tears, and filled with a terrifying, beautiful intelligence. "You," she rasped. "Me," I said. I looked at my own hands. They were starting to disappear. I could see the floor through my palms. The perfection was failing. The echo was losing its grip because I had let the grief in. "I can't stay," I said. I felt a strange sense of peace. I wasn't the original. I was the bucket that had caught the overflow, but I didn't have to be the enemy. "He's coming. The one who looks like the deputy. He's right outside." The real Sarah stood up, clutching the notebook to her chest. She looked around the dissolving room, at the woods encroaching on her sanctuary. "How do I stop him?" she asked. "You don't," I said. I could feel myself becoming mist. My voice was a fading whisper. "You just have to be louder than the silence. You have to be more real than the reflection." I reached out and touched her cheek. My fingers were cold, but for a second I felt the warmth of her blood, the pulse of her heart. "Take the coat," I said. I pulled off the tan coat, the perfect, unblemished garment that had been my skin. I draped it over her shoulders. It looked wrong on her. It was too clean, too bright. But as she put it on, the smudge of blood on the thigh flared with a brilliant crimson light. The door to the apartment, the door that shouldn't have been there in the woods, shuddered. Something was hitting it from the other side. Something heavy. Something that didn't have a face. "Run, Sarah," I said. "Where?" "Into the mess, into the noise. Go where the world is still broken." She didn't hesitate. She turned and ran toward the window that looked out onto the Cascades on one side and the Seattle skyline on the other. She jumped. I watched her go. I watched the real Sarah Miller fall into the gray light of the thin place, the notebook tucked under her arm like a shield. The door burst open. The deputy stepped into the room. He looked at the empty space. He looked at me, the fading, translucent shell of a copy. "Where is she?" he demanded. The mask was gone now. His face was a shifting kaleidoscope of 1,000 different people, a nightmare of stolen identities. "She's gone," I said, my voice barely a ripple in the air. "She took the blue bike. She took the grief. She took everything." The deputy screamed, a sound of pure mathematical fury. He reached out to grab me, but his hand passed right through my chest. There was nothing left to catch. I was just an echo of an echo. I closed my eyes. I thought about the smell of rain on the pavement. I thought about the way coffee tastes when it's just a little too hot. And then the silence finally took me, but it was okay. Because somewhere in a city that was still loud and messy and broken, Sarah Miller was screaming. And for the first time in a long time, the world was listening. Sarah fell. She didn't fall into the street, and she didn't fall into the pine needles. She fell through a static-charged void where the smell of ozone fought the scent of damp earth. The tan coat flapped around her like the wings of a dying bird, the crimson smudge on the thigh burning like a hot coal against her leg. When she hit the ground, it wasn't the concrete of the city or the soft rot of the forest. It was something in between, a gray, liminal slush that felt like wet ash. She scrambled to her feet, gasping. The notebook was still tucked under her arm, the edges crumpled but the weight of it reassuring. She looked up. The sky was a bruised purple, flickering like a faulty fluorescent bulb. Ahead of her, the Seattle skyline rose like a jagged jawbone, but the buildings were translucent, their steel skeletons visible through skin-thin glass. Interwoven with the skyscrapers were the colossal shadows of ancient Douglas firs, their needles sharp as needles, piercing through the phantom offices. The silence here wasn't peaceful, it was hungry. It was the silence of a predator holding its breath. Sarah began to walk. Every step felt like a defiance. The coat she wore, the echo's skin, felt heavy and oily. It wanted to pull her back into the symmetry, to smooth out her jagged breathing and quiet her thudding heart. She gripped the collar, her knuckles white. She could still feel the phantom touch of the other Sarah on her cheek. It had been like being touched by a memory of ice. "I am here," Sarah whispered. Her voice sounded thin, swallowed by the gray fog. "I am messy, I am loud, I am here." She reached the edge of what should have been an intersection. Instead of a street sign, a rusted metal pole stood there, vibrating with a low hum. On the ground, a puddle of oil reflected not her face, but a series of scrolling numbers. She stepped over it, her boots splashing in the digital mire. Movement caught her eye. In the windows of a half-formed Starbucks, she saw them. The others. Dozens of people sat at tables that weren't quite there, holding cups that emitted no steam. They were all beautiful. They were all perfect. They sat in absolute stillness, their eyes fixed on the middle distance. They looked like a gallery of mannequins waiting for a store to open. As Sarah passed, their heads turned in perfect unison. 100 pairs of shallow, screen-like eyes tracked her movement. They didn't look angry, they looked curious, the way a computer might analyze a virus. "Sarah," they whispered. It wasn't a shout. It was a collective sigh that rippled through the glass. "Sarah, come back to the draft. The edit is almost finished." "No," she rasped, clutching the notebook tighter. "I'm the final copy." She turned a corner and nearly collided with a man. He was wearing a business suit, but his tie was a strip of raw cedar bark. He was weeping, but the tears weren't salt water. They were clear, viscous pearls that vanished before they hit the ground. "Help me," he whispered, his face flickering between a handsome executive and a hollow-cheeked ghost. "I can't remember my daughter's middle name. It's being deleted." "Run," Sarah told him, grabbing his arm. His skin felt like wet paper. "You have to remember something that hurts. Think of a time you failed. Think of the worst thing you ever did." The man stared at her, his pupils dilating until his eyes were solid black pools. "Failure is an error. Errors are corrected." His face smoothed out. The grief vanished, replaced by a terrifying, vacant serenity. He stood up straighter, his tie turning back into silk. "I feel much better now. Thank you, Sarah. You should stay. The update is very efficient." Sarah backed away, her heart hammering. He was gone. The man was a shell, the data of his soul rewritten by the echo. She ran. She didn't know where she was going, only that she had to find a place where the world was still thick. She needed the noise. She needed the filth. She found herself moving toward the sound, toward the water. In her mind, the water was always the most difficult thing to render. The chaos of waves, the unpredictable spray, the sheer, unrepeatable complexity of liquid. As she neared the waterfront, the world began to vibrate. The ground beneath her boots felt like a speaker cone. The deputy's voice, or the entity that used his voice, boomed from the sky itself. "You cannot hide in the substance, Sarah. The substance is weak. ITDCAYS. We are offering you permanence." "I don't want to live forever," she screamed at the clouds. "I want to hurt, I want to get old, I want to be wrong." She reached the pier. The wood was real here, splintered, smelling of salt and creosote. She looked out at the water. It wasn't the gray slush of the transition zone. It was dark, churning, and cold. It looked like the real world. But standing between her and the water was a line of them. There were 7 Sarahs. They were all wearing variations of her clothes. One wore the dress she'd worn to her father's funeral. One wore her favorite old college sweatshirt. One was dressed in the pajamas she'd been wearing the night she first heard the voice. They stood in a semicircle, their faces identical, their expressions tuned to a frequency of gentle concern. "We are your potential," the funeral dress Sarah said. Her voice was like a flute. "We are the versions of you that didn't stay quiet, the versions that didn't let him die alone, the versions that won." "Your lies," Sarah said, her voice cracking. She opened her notebook, her fingers fumbling for a pen she didn't have. She realized she didn't need one. She bit her lip until she tasted blood, then smeared a dark red line across the page. "You're just the parts of me you think I want, but you don't have the scars." She stepped forward, pointing at the Sarah in the funeral dress. You say you didn't let him die alone. I did let him die alone. I was in the hallway getting a candy bar from the vending machine because I couldn't stand the sound of his breathing. That's the truth. It's ugly and it's mine. You can't have it." The funeral dress Sarah flickered. Her perfect black dress turned into a ragged shroud, and for a second her face sagged into a mask of pure, unadulterated shame. Sarah turned to the sweatshirt Sarah. "And you think you're the version that won. I failed that class. I cheated on that exam and I still failed because I was too depressed to get out of bed. That failure is part of why I'm here. It's my weight. You're too light." The sweatshirt Sarah shivered and began to dissolve into white noise. One by one, Sarah confronted them. She didn't use slogans or marketing strategies. She used the jagged, broken pieces of her life as shrapnel. She used the memory of the time she lied to her best friend. She used the memory of the boy who broke her heart and the way she had crawled into a bottle of cheap wine to forget him. She used the smell of the hospital bleach and the way the plastic chair had stuck to her skin. She was weaponizing her humanity. The echoes couldn't hold the weight of it. They were built for optimization, for the best version. They had no architecture for the worst. As she spoke, the beautiful women began to warp. Their limbs lengthened and thinned. Their faces became featureless planes of glowing light. They weren't people anymore. They were just errors in the code. "Go away," Sarah screamed, her voice a raw primal howl. The air shattered. The pier beneath her feet groaned and snapped. Sarah fell forward, not into the water, but into a sudden, blinding whiteness. When her vision cleared, she was back in the woods. It was night. The moon was a sliver of bone in the sky. She was lying on the ground near the base of a massive, ancient cedar. The cabin was gone. The city was gone. There was only the wind and the smell of pine. She looked down. She was still wearing the tan coat, but it was no longer perfect. It was torn, covered in mud, and the bloodstain on the thigh had spread, soaking into the fabric. It was a real coat now. It was dirty. She sat up, her bones aching with a delicious, sharp pain. She had never been so happy to feel a bruise. A few feet away, something was moving. She froze. The notebook was still in her hand. She clutched it like a talisman. Out of the shadows stepped a figure. It wasn't the deputy. It wasn't an echo. It was a dog. It was a scrawny, one-eared mutt with a coat the color of burnt toast. It looked at her with eyes that were deep, brown, and filled with a very canine sort of anxiety. It whimpered and wagged a tail that had lost half its fur. Sarah stared at it. She remembered this dog. It was the stray that lived near her apartment in Seattle, the one she'd meant to feed but always forgot because she was too caught up in her own head. "Hey," she whispered. Her voice was her own, rough, tired, and real. The dog approached cautiously, sniffing at the hem of the tan coat. It licked the mud off her boot. Sarah reached out and touched its head. The fur was coarse. There were fleas. It was perfect. "We're still here," she said. She looked around. The woods felt different now. They weren't a trap, they were just the woods. The thin place hadn't closed, but it had changed. The infection, the echo, was still out there. She could feel it like a low-frequency hum on the horizon. The city would be full of them now. Maya Karen, the men in the gray suits, they were probably all polished and empty, living their perfect, hollow lives. But Sarah was a puncture wound in their reality. As long as she carried the noise, as long as she stayed messy, she was a threat to the silence. She stood up, leaning against the cedar tree for support. She felt a strange pull in her chest. It wasn't the magnetic tug of the deputy. It was something else, a direction. She began to walk. She didn't head toward the city, and she didn't head back to the cabin. She headed deeper into the Cascades, toward the places where the maps were still fuzzy, where the world was too wild to be rendered. The dog followed her, its paws clicking on the stones. As the sun began to rise, casting long, distorted shadows through the trees, Sarah opened her notebook. She found a blank page at the very end. She didn't write a poem. She didn't write a slogan. She wrote, "My name is Sarah Miller. I am 32 years old. I am afraid of the dark. I am bad at math. I miss my father. I am here." She closed the book and tucked it into the pocket of the tan coat. She heard a sound in the distance. It wasn't her own voice calling her. It was the sound of a bird, a harsh, ugly crow screaming at the dawn. Sarah smiled. It was the most beautiful thing she had ever heard. She kept walking, her boots sinking into the mud, her heart beating a loud, irregular rhythm against the silence of the world. The echo was behind her, a ghost of a life she no longer wanted. Ahead of her was the rot, the cold, and the magnificent, terrifying unknown. She was no longer a vessel, she was the leak. And as the light hit the trees, Sarah Miller started to sing, not with the voice of a cello, but with the voice of a woman who had finally learned how to scream. The forest didn't answer with perfection. It answered with the rustle of leaves, the scuttle of insects, and the heavy, honest weight of the morning. The transition was over. The haunting had begun. The sun didn't rise so much as it bled through the canopy, a pale, sickly yellow that struggled to penetrate the density of the old-growth firs. Sarah walked until her legs burned, the one-eared dog trotting at her heel like a rhythmic shadow. Every time she felt the creeping numbness of the echo, that seductive, static-hued pull to be still, to be quiet, to be perfect, she would deliberately trip over a root or drag her knuckles against the rough bark of a cedar. The sharp sting of physical pain was a tether. It reminded her that she was made of nerves and fragile vessels, not light and logic. The dog, whom she decided to call Gully for the way he'd been found in the low-lying shadows, stopped suddenly. He let out a low, vibrating growl that started in his chest and ended in a bared lip. Sarah froze. The forest here felt heavy, the air thick with the scent of ozone and wet wool. "Is he here?" she whispered, her hand instinctively going to the heavy notebook in the pocket of the tan coat. She didn't mean the deputy. She meant the asterisk idea of him, the force that wanted to categorize her, to file her away under a corrected heading. The trees ahead didn't part. Instead, they seemed to blur, their edges vibrating like a low-resolution image struggling to load. A man stepped out from behind a massive hemlock. He wasn't the deputy. He was wearing a flannel shirt and heavy work boots, his face lined with the genuine cartography of age. He held a rusted hatchet in one hand and a thermos in the other. "You're late," he said. His voice was like grinding stones. Sarah stared at him. He didn't have the shimmering, oily sheen of the echoes. He looked weathered. He looked exhausted. "Late for what?" "The harvest," the man said, gesturing with the hatchet toward a patch of ground where the ferns were turning a translucent neon blue. "They're growing faster now. The glitches. They sprout like mushrooms after a hard rain. If we don't chop them back, the whole mountain goes hollow." He walked toward the blue ferns and swung the hatchet. When the blade hit the plants, there was no sound of wood or fiber snapping. Instead, there was a high-pitched digital chirp, and the ferns vanished into a spray of white pixels that dissipated in the wind. "Who are you?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. "My name's Miller," he said, not looking up. "No relation, or maybe all the relation in the world. Names don't mean much when the registry is corrupted." He wiped sweat from his forehead with a grimy sleeve. "You're wearing the skin, that tan coat. Where'd you get it?" "A version of me gave it to me," Sarah said. She didn't want it anymore." The man Miller finally looked at her. His eyes were a startling, piercing green, bloodshot and weary. He looked at the bloodstain on her thigh. "It's absorbing you, or you're absorbing it. Usually the skin eats the wearer until there's nothing left but a polished mannequin. But you've got dirt on it, real mud." He stepped closer, sniffing the air. "And you smell like a dog. That's good. The echoes can't stand the smell of anything that breathes and shits." "I'm trying to get back," Sarah said. "To Seattle, to the real one." Miller laughed, a dry, hacking sound. "Seattle's gone, girl, or rather, it's finished. It's been rendered to death. It's a loop now. People drinking the same latte, saying the same 3 sentences, waiting for an update that never comes. You go back there, you'll just be a smudge on a clean window. They'll wipe you off in a heartbeat." He sat down on a mossy log that didn't quite support his weight, his boots sinking an inch into the static slush beneath. "The only real world left is the mess. The places where the code couldn't figure out the math of the chaos. The deep woods, the slums, the basements of old hospitals, the places where people die badly." Sarah felt a cold dread settle in her stomach. "I can't just stay in the woods forever." "Why not? Better to be a wild animal than a ghost in a machine," Miller said. He unscrewed his thermos and took a swig of something that smelled like turpentine and scorched earth. "But if you're hell-bent on fighting, you need to know what you're up against. The deputy, he isn't the boss. He's just a cursor, a tool used to select and delete. The thing behind him is the silence. It wants a universe where nothing ever changes because change is an error." Gully whined and tucked his head under Sarah's hand. She scratched his tattered ear, her mind racing. She thought of Maya's perfect smile, the way her apartment had felt like a stage set. It had been so easy to want that. So easy to let the grief go and replace it with a clean, well-lit vacuum. "How many of us are there?" she asked. "Real ones." "Not enough to fill a church, but enough to make a noise," Miller replied. He stood up, his joints popping with a loud, satisfying crack. "We stay in the thicks. We keep the fire going. We tell stories that don't have endings. We keep the world heavy." He looked toward the horizon where the mountains met the sky in a jagged, flickering line. "Something's coming, Sarah. A big save is about to happen. The system is trying to consolidate. It's going to try to merge the echoes with the originals once and for all. If that happens, the mess gets overwritten. Total optimization." "How do I stop it?" Miller looked at her notebook. "You keep writing, not the pretty stuff, not the poetry. Write the things that make you want to throw up. Write the things you're ashamed of. Words are anchors. If you write it down, it becomes a hard fact. A hard fact is a bug in their system. They can't calculate a paradox. Suddenly, the wind died down. The birds, the real ones and the digital mimics, fell silent. The light changed from a sickly yellow to a flat, sterile white. "He's found us," Miller whispered. He didn't look afraid. He looked annoyed, like a man who had just realized he had a leak in his roof. Down the slope between the trunks of the ancient trees, a figure appeared. It was the deputy, but he wasn't alone. Behind him stood a dozen figures, all of them blurred, their faces a shifting static. They moved with a terrifying, synchronized grace, their feet making no sound on the dry needles. The deputy stopped 20 yards away. He was wearing his uniform, but the fabric was too crisp, the badge too bright. He looked like a high-definition photograph cut out and pasted onto a charcoal drawing. "Sarah," the deputy said. His voice didn't come from his mouth. It came from the air around her, a surround sound intrusion. "You're holding up the process. The iteration is stalled. We need the notebook." "It's my life," Sarah shouted, her hand tightening on the leather cover. "You can't have it." "It is a record of inefficiencies," the deputy said, taking a step forward. The trees he passed seemed to straighten, their bark smoothing out, their needles turning a uniform, vibrant green. "It is a collection of trauma that serves no purpose. We can extract the data and discard the pain. You can be whole, Sarah. You can be the version of you that didn't break." "I like being broken," Sarah yelled. She looked at Miller. The old man had his hatchet raised. "Go, Sarah. Run toward the sound of the water. There's a gorge 3 miles east. The water there is white water, too fast for them to map. If you can get across, you'll buy yourself some time." "What about you?" "I'm an old file, girl," Miller said with a grim smile. "I've been marked for deletion since '94. I'll give them a few bad sectors to chew on." He let out a roar, a real phlegm-filled human roar, and charged the deputy. Sarah didn't wait to see the impact. She turned and bolted, Gully yapping at her heels. She ran blindly, the tan coat flapping against her legs. Behind her, she heard the sound of Miller's roar cut off by a sharp, electronic screech, like a modem dying. She didn't look back, she couldn't. She crashed through the brush, the thorns tearing at her skin, the blood hot and stinging. She welcomed it. Each scratch was a signature, each drop of blood was a rebellion. The forest began to change as she ran. The trees grew taller, thinner, their branches weaving together into a geometric grid. The ground became a flat, gray plain. The echo was trying to enclose her, to simplify the terrain so she couldn't hide. "No," she gasped, her lungs screaming. She reached into her pocket, pulled out the notebook and a pen. As she ran, she began to scribble wildly across the pages, not even looking at the words. "I hate the way I look in the morning. I once stole $20 from my mother's purse. I let my cat escape and lied about it. I am selfish. I am cruel. I am human." As she wrote, the gray plain beneath her feet shuddered. A crack appeared, a jagged, messy fissure that smelled of damp earth and worms. The geometric trees groaned, their branches twisting back into gnarled, irregular shapes. She was forcing the world to be complicated. She reached the edge of the gorge. The sound was deafening, a roar of water hitting rock, a chaotic, unpatterned symphony of destruction. The river below was a churning vein of dark, cold reality. There was a bridge, but it was half-rendered, a skeletal ghost of steel and wood that flickered in and out of existence. She looked back. The deputy was there, standing at the edge of the simplified forest. He looked different now. His human mask was slipping, revealing a face made of scrolling green code and flickering light. Behind him, the other figures, the corrected versions of people she might have known, stood like a wall of white noise. "There is nowhere to go, Sarah," the deputy said. "The bridge is a null space. You will fall into the void." "I'd rather fall into nothing than be part of your everything," Sarah said. She looked at Gully. The dog was shivering, his tail tucked between his legs. "Ready, boy." She didn't walk onto the bridge. She didn't trust the logic of it. Instead, she looked at the steep, muddy bank of the gorge. It was dangerous. It was slippery. It was a mess of loose shale and rotting logs. It was perfect. She threw herself down the bank. She tumbled, the world a blur of brown and gray. The tan coat caught on a branch, and she heard a loud, violent rip. The perfect fabric tore open, revealing the rough wool lining beneath. She hit the water with a force that knocked the air from her lungs. The cold was absolute. It was a physical weight, a crushing, freezing reality that didn't care about her soul or her data. It just wanted to pull her down. Sarah thrashed, her boots feeling like lead. She saw Gully's head pop up a few feet away, his eyes wide with terror. She grabbed for him, her fingers slipping on his wet fur but finally catching the scruff of his neck. The current swept them away. Looking up from the churning water, she saw the deputy standing on the edge of the cliff. He didn't jump. He couldn't. The water was too loud, too chaotic. He stood there like a statue of a man, a fixed point in a world that was suddenly, gloriously, moving too fast for him to follow. Sarah drifted, her body numbing, her mind drifting. She held onto Gully, and she held onto the notebook, the pages soaking wet, the ink bleeding into beautiful, illegible clouds of blue and black. She didn't know where the river was taking her. She didn't know if there was a real world left to find. But as she went under a wave, tasting the silt and the salt and the cold, she knew one thing for certain. She was no longer an echo. She was the scream in the silence. She was the dirt in the machine. And for the first time in her life, she wasn't waiting for someone to call her name. She was the one calling. The river spat her out miles downstream, onto a bank of sharp gravel and rusted scrap metal. She crawled out of the water, coughing and shivering, her skin blue with cold. Gully dragged himself up beside her, shaking his coat and spraying her with freezing droplets. Sarah lay on her back, looking up at the sky. It wasn't white anymore. It was gray, heavy with the threat of actual messy rain. She reached into the pocket of the torn, ruined tan coat. She pulled out the notebook. The leather was ruined. The pages were a pulp of wet paper and smeared ink. She opened it to the last page. The words she had written were gone, replaced by a beautiful, chaotic smudge of gray and blue. She laughed. It was a harsh, rattling sound that hurt her throat. In the distance, she saw the silhouette of a city. It wasn't the glowing, perfect Seattle she had left. It was a dark, jagged ruin, its lights flickering with the erratic pulse of a dying heart. She stood up, her legs shaking. She wrapped the torn coat around her, the crimson stain now indistinguishable from the mud and the rust. "Come on, Gully," she whispered. "Let's go find the others." As she walked toward the ruined city, the first drop of rain hit her forehead. It was cold. It was dirty. It was real. And somewhere in the static, the deputy screamed. But Sarah Miller didn't hear him. She was too busy listening to the sound of her own footsteps, heavy and uneven, marking her progress through a world that was finally, mercifully broken. The city did not welcome her with the sterile glow of the echoes. As Sarah approached the outskirts of what used to be Renton, the landscape began to stutter. It wasn't the clean, recursive loop of the optimized Seattle she had fled. This was a graveyard of failed geometry. Half-formed apartment complexes hung in the air like unrendered thoughts, their rebars exposed and dripping with a black, oily substance that smelled of burnt hair and ozone. The rain intensified, turning the ground into a slurry of gray ash and digital silt. Gully limped beside her, his fur matted with river mud. He didn't growl anymore. He seemed to understand that the silence here wasn't an absence of sound, but a suppression of it. Sarah reached a chain-link fence that had partially melted into the asphalt. Beyond it sat a cluster of shipping containers, stacked haphazardly like a child's discarded blocks. Smoke, real, acrid wood smoke, curled from a vent in one of the rusted steel boxes. It was a defiant smell. It smelled of carbon and combustion, things the system found unnecessarily messy. "Who's there?" a voice barked. It didn't come from the air, it came from a slit in the metal. It was a woman's voice, cracked and frightened. Sarah stopped, her hands raised. The notebook was tucked under her arm, a sodden weight. "My name is Sarah Miller," she said, her voice sounding strange and heavy in her own ears. "Miller told me to find the fix. He told me to find the mess." There was a long silence, broken only by the rhythmic asterisk tink 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 asterisk of rain hitting the hollow containers. Then, a heavy bolt slid back with a screech of metal on metal. The door of the center container swung open a few inches. A face peered out, a woman with short-cropped hair and a jagged scar running from her temple to her jaw. Her eyes were wide, darting frantically toward the tree line Sarah had just emerged from. "Get in fast, the sweep is coming." Sarah didn't hesitate. She whistled for Gully and ducked inside. The door slammed shut behind them, plunging them into a claustrophobic darkness lit only by a single, flickering kerosene lamp. The interior of the container was lined with lead sheets and old, yellowed newspapers. It felt heavy, grounded in a way the outside world no longer did. There were 4 other people inside, huddled around a small wood-burning stove made from a pressurized tank. They looked like ghosts, gaunt, dirty, and wearing layers of mismatched clothing. But they had shadows. Real, dark, distorted shadows that followed their movements. The woman who had let them in pointed a shotgun at Sarah's chest. It was an old Remington, the wood stock scarred with tally marks. "The coat," she said. "Take it off." Sarah fumbled with the buttons of the tan coat. It felt like peeling off a second skin. As it fell to the floor, the woman poked it with the barrel of the gun. The fabric didn't crumple like cloth. It settled with a soft, electronic hum, the bloodstain on the thigh pulsing with a faint, rhythmic light. "It's a skin," one of the men whispered, his voice trembling. "She's a vessel." "I was," Sarah said, her teeth chattering. "But I tore it, I bled on it, it doesn't fit anymore." The woman with the scar looked at Sarah's leg, where the mud-caked bandage was soaked through with fresh, dark blood. She lowered the gun. If she were a vessel, she'd be healing by now. The system doesn't like open wounds. It tries to patch them with light. She looked at the dog. And the mutt is real. The echoes can't simulate the way a dog smells when it's wet. It's too many variables. "I'm Elias," the man who had spoken earlier said. He was older, his hands shaking as he clutched a mug of something steaming. "You met Miller, is he? Did he make it?" Sarah looked at her boots. He stayed behind, at the gorge, to stop the deputy. A heavy silence fell over the group. The woman with the scar sat down on a crate, her shoulders sagging. "That's the 3rd one this week. They're closing the perimeter. The save Miller talked about. It's not just an update, it's a wipe. They're going to format the entire sector and start the iteration over from the 2010 baseline." "They can't," Sarah said, moving closer to the stove. The heat felt miraculous. "There are people here, real people." "To the system, we're just corrupted data," the woman said. "I'm Kale. I used to be an architect. Now I spend my days trying to figure out how to build a room that doesn't exist on their map. We're glitch dwellers. We live in the blind spots, the places where the rendering engine failed because the topography was too complex or the history was too violent." She gestured to the walls of the container. "The lead helps. The newspapers help more. The system has trouble reading through layers of dead language. It's too much noise for it to filter." Sarah pulled the wet notebook from under her arm. "Miller said I had to keep writing. He said facts are bugs." Elias leaned forward, his eyes bright in the lamplight. "He's right. The system operates on probability and perfection. It predicts what you'll do based on a billion versions of you. But if you do something truly irrational, something that makes no sense in the logic of a machine, you create a pocket of unpredictability, a hard fact. If enough of us create those facts at the same time, we can crash the local server. We can force a hard reboot." "And then what?" Sarah asked. "We just wake up in the real world." "There is no real world left to wake up to, Sarah," Kale said grimly. "This is it. We're the survivors of a crash that happened decades ago. We're just the bits of code that refuse to be deleted. But if we crash the system, we might get a chance to rewrite the rules, to make the world heavy again, to make it hurt, to make it asterisk stay. Suddenly, the shipping container groaned. It wasn't the wind. It was the sound of something massive and invisible pressing against the metal walls. The kerosene flame turned a vivid, artificial blue. "They're here," Kale whispered, grabbing her shotgun. "The sweep." "How?" Elias cried. "We're shielded." Sarah looked at the tan coat on the floor. It was shimmering. The tear she had made in the gorge was knitting itself back together with threads of pure white light. The coat wasn't just a garment, it was a beacon. It was a homing signal. "It's the coat," Sarah realized, her heart hammering. "It's trying to fix itself, it's calling them." She lunged for the coat, but it skittered across the floor like a living thing, driven by a sudden surge of static. The air in the container began to thin, the smell of wood smoke replaced by the sterile scent of a clean room. "Open the door," Sarah yelled. "I have to get it out of here." "If we open that door, they'll see us all," Elias screamed. "They already see us," Kale countered. She kicked the latch open. The world outside was no longer a rainy forest. It was a void of blinding white light, a grid of infinite squares stretching in every direction. The trees, the mud, the ruins, they were gone, replaced by the waiting room of the system. Standing in the grid only a few yards away was the deputy. He looked perfect. His skin was poreless, his eyes two identical orbs of calm blue light. Behind him stood a version of Sarah. She was beautiful. Her hair was perfectly styled, her skin radiant. She wore a clean, pressed version of the tan coat. She looked like a woman who had never known a moment of grief, a woman who had never lost her father, a woman who had never felt the cold. "Sarah," the echo said. Her voice was musical, a perfect cello note. "Why are you fighting? Look at you. You're cold, you're bleeding, you're small. I am the version of you that stayed. I am the version that is loved." Sarah stepped out of the container and onto the white grid. Her muddy boots left dark, ugly smears on the perfect surface. Gully followed her, baring his teeth at the shimmering apparition. "You're not me," Sarah said, her voice trembling. "You're a photograph of a ghost." "I am the solution to your equation," the echo said, taking a step forward. "I am what happens when the pain is subtracted. Give me the notebook, Sarah. Let us finish the record." The deputy raised his hand. The white light intensified, beginning to dissolve the edges of the shipping container. Inside, Sarah could hear Elias and Kale screaming as their reality began to unspool into raw data. "Stop it," Sarah shouted. "Then give it to me," the deputy said. "The notebook is the last anchor. Release it and you can be whole." Sarah looked down at the ruined, pulpy mess in her hand. She thought of the words she had written in the woods. "I am bad at math. I miss my father." She looked at the echo, the perfect Sarah. "Do you remember the way his hands felt?" Sarah asked. "My father. Do you remember the smell of his tobacco? The way he used to whistle when he was nervous?" The echo hesitated, her perfect brow furrowed, a tiny flicker of static crossing her eyes. "He was a male progenitor, height 6'1", occupation civil engineer. He is a data point." "No," Sarah said, tears hot and real streaming down her face. "He was a man who cried when he watched old movies. He was a man who forgot to pay the power bill because he was busy reading me stories. He was a mess, and I loved the mess." She turned to the deputy. "You want the notebook, you want the data." She didn't hand it to him. Instead, she crammed a handful of the wet, pulpy pages into her mouth. The deputy froze. The echo let out a high-pitched glitch of a scream. Sarah chewed. The paper tasted of ink and rot and chemical bleach. It was disgusting. It was a physical violation. It was an act of absolute, irrational defiance. "I am consuming the record," she thought. "I am making the data part of my biology. You can't delete me without deleting the facts." The grid beneath her feet began to heave. The white light fractured, streaks of red and black tearing through the sky. The shipping container solidified, slamming back into the mud with a thunderous crash. "Error," the deputy whispered, his face fragmenting into 1,000 tiny cubes. "Input unrecognized. Paradox detected." Sarah swallowed the pulp, her throat burning. She reached out and grabbed the Echo's hand. The skin felt like cold plastic. "You want to know what it feels like to be real?" Sarah hissed. She took the rusted hatchet she had snatched from Miller's belt before she ran and slammed the blunt end of it down onto the Echo's perfect, manicured hand. There was no blood. There was only a spray of white pixels, but the Echo screamed, a real, raw human sound of shock. For a second, the perfection vanished. The Echo's face aged 40 years in a heartbeat. Her hair turned gray, her eyes filled with a sudden, crushing weight of sorrow. She looked at Sarah, not with malice, but with a terrifying, desperate recognition. "Thank you," the Echo whispered. And then she shattered. The explosion of data sent Sarah flying backward. She hit the ground hard, the air driven from her lungs. The white grid vanished. The forest returned, but it was different now. The trees were twisted, the sky a bruised purple, the rain falling in thick, irregular sheets. The deputy was gone. The perfect forest was gone. Sarah lay in the mud, gasping for air. Gully was over her, licking her face, his tail wagging frantically. Cale and Elias stumbled out of the shipping container. They looked at the world around them, a world that was broken, ugly, and vibrantly alive. "What did you do?" Cale asked, looking at Sarah with a mixture of awe and terror. "I broke the loop," Sarah said, coughing up a bit of gray paper. She sat up, her body aching in a dozen different places. The tan coat lay in a heap a few feet away, now nothing more than a piece of dirty, torn fabric. It was no longer glowing. It was just a coat. She reached into her pocket and found the last few pages of the notebook that hadn't been destroyed. She pulled out a pen. Her hand was shaking, but her grip was firm. She didn't write about the light. She didn't write about the echoes. She wrote, "Today is Tuesday, or maybe it's Wednesday, it doesn't matter. My name is Sarah Miller. I am covered in mud. I am in pain, I am hungry, and I am not going back." She looked up at the ruined city on the horizon. It didn't look like a grave anymore. It looked like a frontier. "Miller said there were others," Sarah said, standing up. "In the basements, in the slums. We need to find them. We need to tell them how to fight." "How?" Elias asked. Sarah looked at the notebook, then at her own scarred, muddy hands. "We make a mess," she said. "We tell the truth until the machine chokes on it." They began to walk, 3 ghosts and a dog, moving through the rain toward the flickering lights of the broken city. Behind them, the forest groaned and shifted, the code trying to reassert itself, but failing. The cracks were too deep. The leaks were too many. Sarah Miller started to sing again. It wasn't a cello melody. It was a low, gravelly blues song her father used to sing when the car wouldn't start. It was a song about being lost. It was a song about being broken. It was the loudest sound in the world. The song was a serrated thing, catching in her throat and tearing at the unnatural quiet of the outskirts. Cale and Elias followed her, their movements stiff, like puppets who had just realized the strings were made of their own nerves. They didn't sing, but they breathed in rhythm with her, a ragged percussion of survival. As they crossed the invisible threshold into the city proper, the transition was violent. This wasn't the seamless shift of a digital fade. It was a physical collision of realities. One step, the ground was the soft, rotting loam of the forest. The next, it was a slab of cracked concrete that groaned under Sarah's weight as if it hadn't felt a human footstep in a century. The buildings here were skeletons, not the clean, skeletal beauty of a modern skyscraper under construction, but the picked-over remains of a feast. The system had clearly tried to optimize this area by removing the interior walls, the plumbing, and the history, leaving only the facades to maintain the illusion of a skyline. But Sarah's presence, the hard fact of her bleeding leg and her ink-stained tongue, seemed to act as a localized solvent. Where she looked, the facades flickered and collapsed into their true, ruined states. "Don't look too long at the upper floors," Kale warned, her voice a low rasp. She kept her shotgun leveled at the shadows. "The rendering is thin up there. If you focus on a glitch, you might fall into it. Stay on the street level. Stay on the asphalt. It's the most stable thing they ever built." "Where are the others?" Sarah asked. Her voice felt like it was being broadcast through a layer of wool. "The basement," Elias said. He was hugging himself, his eyes darting toward a street lamp that was pulsing in a slow, hypnotic violet. "The system hates depth. It likes surfaces. It likes things it can scan from a satellite view. If you go deep enough into the old subway tunnels or the sub-basements of the department stores, the resolution drops. It's dark, it's cold, and it's ours." They turned a corner onto what had once been a bustling commercial strip. Now, it was a canyon of stagnant air. A neon sign for a pharmacy hung by a single wire, sparking with a green light that didn't illuminate anything around it. Gully stopped suddenly, his hackles rising. He let out a low, vibrating growl that vibrated in Sarah's chest. "What is it, boy?" she whispered. From the mouth of an alleyway, a figure emerged. It wasn't a deputy. It wasn't an echo. It was a man, or what was left of one. He was wearing a business suit that looked like it had been painted onto his skin. His face was a blur of motion, his features shifting and sliding like a reflection in a disturbed pond. He was holding a briefcase, clutching it so hard his knuckles were white. "Help," the man said. The word came out in 3 different pitches simultaneously. I can't find the exit. I've been in this meeting for 12,000 hours." "Don't touch him," Kale hissed, grabbing Sarah's arm. "He's a looper, a civilian who got caught in a recursive script. He's not real anymore, but his proximity is contagious. If you engage with his logic, you'll get pulled into the loop." "I have to present the quarterly," the man stammered, stepping toward them. His eyes suddenly snapped into focus, 2 pinpricks of absolute, soul-crushing terror. "Please, it's so cold in the boardroom, make it stop. Just make it stop." Sarah looked at the man. She saw the wedding ring on his finger, a dull, gold band that looked real. It was a detail the system wouldn't have bothered with unless it had been copied from a real memory. "I'm sorry," Sarah whispered. "Sarah, move," Elias urged. But Sarah didn't move. She reached out and touched the man's hand. The moment her skin met his, a jolt of static raced up her arm, smelling of burnt ozone and old paper. The world around them wobbled. For a second, the street transformed into a plush, windowless office. She could hear the hum of an air conditioner and the scratch of pens on paper. The man's face stabilized. He was middle-aged, tired, with a coffee stain on his tie. "It's over," Sarah said, her voice steady. "The meeting is adjourned. You can go home now." The man blinked. The terror in his eyes faded, replaced by a profound terminal exhaustion. "Home?" he asked. Is there a train?" "No," Sarah said, "but there's a rest. Just stop holding the bag." The man looked down at his briefcase. He let out a long, shuddering breath and opened his fingers. The briefcase hit the ground and instantly dissolved into a pile of gray ash. The man followed, his body softening, turning into a cloud of fine dust that the wind caught and pulled away into the dark. Sarah stood there, her hands still extended into the empty air. "You shouldn't have done that," Kale said, though her voice lacked its earlier bite. "You wasted energy. You can't save the fragments." "He wasn't a fragment," Sarah said, wiping a smudge of gray dust from her palm onto her jeans. "He was a person who got stuck. If we're going to rewrite the rules, we have to acknowledge the ones who died in the margins." They continued deeper into the city. The rain began to change again, turning from water to something heavier, a black, viscous liquid that stained the concrete like ink. It felt like the city itself was bleeding out. They reached a massive, brutalist structure that looked like a fallen fortress. "The Seattle Central Library," Elias whispered, "or what's left of the concept. This is the entrance to the deep." The glass walls of the library were gone, replaced by sheets of hammered tin and plywood. A heavy scent of wood smoke and unwashed bodies wafted from a ramp leading down into the parking garage. Cale walked to a steel door and knocked a complex rhythm. 3 fast, 2 slow, 1 heavy. A small hatch opened. A pair of eyes hidden behind thick, cracked goggles peered out. "Cale, you're late. The sweep hit the north sector. We thought you were deleted." "We found a way through the gorge," Cale said. "And we found her. The one Miller was looking for." The door groaned open. Inside, the parking garage had been transformed into a subterranean village. It was a labyrinth of tents made from tarp and old banners, lit by strings of mismatched Christmas lights and small, contained fires. There were hundreds of people here. Some were sitting on crates, repairing old radios. Others were huddled in circles, whispering stories to children who looked like they had been born in the dark. But what struck Sarah most was the noise. It wasn't the clean, modulated sound of the echoes. It was a cacophony. People were arguing, laughing, coughing, and crying. It was the sound of 1,000 different lives clashing against one another. It was a mess. It was beautiful. "This is the archive," Cale said, gesturing to the expanse. "We don't just hide here. We remember. Everyone here has one fact they're responsible for, one piece of the old world that isn't in the system's database. My fact is the structural integrity of the Aurora Bridge. Elia's fact is the recipe for his grandmother's sourdough." "What's your fact, Sarah?" a voice asked. An old man stepped out from behind a stack of moldering books. He was leaning on a cane made from a rebar rod. His eyes were milky with cataracts, but he moved with a strange, predatory grace. "I'm Miller," he said. Sarah gasped, but the man at the gorge, he said he was Miller. The old man smiled, showing yellow teeth. "He was a Miller. I'm a Miller. We're all Millers here, girl. It's a title, not a name. It means we're the ones who grind the grain. We're the ones who turn the data into something we can eat." He leaned in closer, sniffing the air. "You smell of the river and the skin. You've been inside the deputy's head, haven't you?" "He tried to take my notebook," Sarah said, clutching the ruined leather book to her chest. "Of course he did," the old Miller said. "Because you're writing things that don't have a variable. You're writing about the way things feel, not how they function. That's a virus to them." He led her to the center of the garage, where a massive, archaic printing press sat like a hibernating beast. It was covered in grease and dust, but its gears looked solid, heavy, and real. "We've been waiting for a witness," Miller said. "Someone who has seen both sides and chose the mud. We have the facts, Sarah. We have the recipes, the bridge schematics, the names of the dead. But we don't have a narrative. We don't have the thread that ties the bugs together into a crash." "What do you want me to do?" Sarah asked. "I want you to write the end," Miller said. "The system is preparing for the save. In 6 hours, the clock resets to 2010. Everyone here will be formatted. The memories will be wiped. The city will be clean again." He pointed to the printing press. "But if we can flood the network with a narrative, a story so complex, so irrational, and so human that the system can't categorize it, the save will fail. The server will overheat. It will force a hard reboot. And when it reboots, it won't go back to the baseline. It will have to account for the errors we've introduced. It will have to accept us as part of the reality." "How do I flood the network?" Sarah asked. Miller handed her a heavy iron key. "Under the library, there's a fiber optic hub. It's the primary vein for this sector. We've tapped into it, but we need a signal. Not a digital signal, a physical one." He looked at the notebook. "You need to print your story, every page, every smudge, every drop of blood. We're going to turn your life into a physical weight and drop it into their gears." Sarah looked at the press. She looked at the people in the shadows, the mothers, the children, the survivors of a world that had forgotten them. She thought of the echo of herself, the beautiful, hollow thing that had screamed when it felt pain. "It won't be a pretty story," Sarah said. "Good," Miller replied. The system hates ugly things. That's why they're so easy to break. Sarah sat down at a small table near the press. Cale brought her a bowl of thin, salty broth and a fresh stack of paper, real yellowed parchment that felt like dried skin. "Write," Miller commanded. "Write until your hand cramps. Write until you remember things you never knew. Write the biography of a broken world." Sarah dipped her pen into a jar of black ink. She didn't think about the deputy. She didn't think about the white grid. She thought about the smell of the river. She thought about the way Gully's fur felt when it was wet. She thought about the sound of her father's voice, not the words he said, but the vibration of his chest when he laughed. She began to write. "The first thing I remember is the sound of my own voice. Not because I was talking, but because I was listening for an echo that never came." Hours passed. The air in the garage grew thick with the smell of ink and sweat. Around her, the archive was in motion. People were bringing their facts to the press. A woman recited a list of every street name in Old Tacoma. A boy described the exact taste of a strawberry. A man drew a map of a house that no longer existed, down to the squeak in the third floorboard. Each fact was etched into a lead plate. Each plate was smeared with ink. The garage began to tremble. A high-pitched whine like 1,000 mosquitoes filled the air. "The sweep is entering the district," Cale shouted, her shotgun slung over her shoulder. "They're starting the format. The textures are beginning to peel." Sarah looked up. The ceiling of the garage was flickering. For a split second, she could see through the concrete to the white void above. The Christmas lights were fading, their colors being sucked out by the encroaching save. "Is it ready?" Miller yelled over the whine. Sarah looked at the stack of pages. It was a mess. It was a chaotic, rambling, heartbreaking account of a life lived in the cracks. It was a story that didn't have a hero, only a survivor. "It's ready," she said. They loaded the pages and the lead plates into the press. It took 4 men to turn the massive iron crank. The machine groaned, a deep, guttural sound that seemed to challenge the digital whine of the system. Clack thump, clack thump. The first page came out. It wasn't just paper anymore. The ink was so thick it felt like braille. The words had weight. "Elias, take the first batch to the hub," Miller ordered. "Cale, Sarah, get to the roof. You need to broadcast the manual override once the physical data is injected." "The roof," Sarah asked, "but the sweep?" "The sweep is looking for data," Miller shouted. "If you're on the roof, you're the highest point of error in the sector. You'll be the lightning rod. You have to hold the signal until the reboot triggers." He grabbed Sarah's hand. His grip was cold, but his eyes were burning. "Don't let them tell you who you are, Sarah Miller. You are the glitch that saves the world." Cale grabbed Sarah's arm and pulled her toward a service ladder. Gully was right behind them, his paws clicking on the metal rungs. As they climbed, the world became increasingly unstable. The ladder turned into a staircase made of light, then back into rusted steel. The air felt like it was made of static, stinging Sarah's skin. They burst through the roof hatch and into the night. The city was gone. In its place was a landscape of pure geometry. Giant, white cubes were descending from a sky that had no stars, only a progress bar that stretched from horizon to horizon. The bar was at 92%. The save was almost complete. The deputy was waiting for them. He wasn't alone. There were dozens of him now, an army of identical men in gray suits, their faces blank, their eyes glowing with the steady, calm light of an approaching end. "Sarah," the lead deputy said. His voice was no longer human. It was 1,000 voices overlaid, a chorus of algorithms. "The iteration is over. You have reached the end of your script. Please step into the light. The transition will be painless." Cale leveled her shotgun and fired. The blast hit the lead deputy in the chest, but the pellets simply passed through him, leaving ripples in his image like a stone thrown into a pond. "You can't kill a thought, Cale," the deputy said. "I'm not trying to kill you," Cale spat, reloading. "I'm just trying to distract you." Sarah ran to the edge of the roof. Below her, in the heart of the library, she saw a flicker of green light. Elias had reached the hub. "Now, Sarah," Cale yelled. "The notebook, the real one." Sarah pulled the original, ruined notebook from her pocket, the one she had carried through the river, the one that contained the hard facts of her father, her fear, and her song. She didn't read from it, she didn't throw it. She began to tear the pages out, one by one, and toss them into the void. As the wet, ink-smeared paper hit the white grid of the save, something impossible happened. Where the paper touched the light turned black. The save bar stuttered. 93%, 94%, 92%, 91%. "Error," the deputies said in unison. Their images began to flicker. Unrecognized input, logic breach. Sarah tore out another page. "I remember the smell of rain on hot asphalt." The white cube nearest to the library cracked. A jagged line of red light tore through its center. "I remember the way my father's hands shook when he held a pen." The progress bar turned red. A siren began to wail, a sound that wasn't digital, but the sound of the earth itself screaming. "Stop her," the lead deputy commanded. The army of gray men lunged forward. Cale stood her ground, using her shotgun as a club, swinging at the flickering ghosts. Gully threw himself at the deputy's legs, his teeth sinking into a calf that tasted of copper and light. Sarah reached the last page of the notebook. It was the page she had written in the river, the beautiful, chaotic smudge of gray and blue. She looked at the deputy. He was inches away, his hand reaching for her throat. His face was a mask of cold, logical fury. "This isn't a story you can solve," Sarah said. She shoved the last page into the deputy's open mouth. The impact was like a lightning strike. A shockwave of pure, unadulterated reality blasted outward from the roof of the library. The white grid shattered like a sheet of ice. The sky collapsed, the red progress bar exploding into a million shards of light. Sarah felt herself falling, not into the void but into the dark. The world went black, the whining stopped, the static died. For a long time there was nothing, no sound, no light, no Sarah. And then she heard it. The sound of a single, heavy drop of water hitting a metal bucket. Plink! Sarah opened her eyes. She was lying on a cold, concrete floor. It was dark, but not the sterile dark of the system. It was a damp, heavy darkness that smelled of mold and old paper. She sat up, her body screaming in pain. Her leg was throbbing. Her throat was raw. "Gully," she whispered. A cold nose pressed against her hand. A soft, rhythmic tail thump echoed in the room. She looked around. She was in a basement, a real basement. There were no glowing lights, no shifting geometries. There was only the sound of the wind howling through a broken window somewhere above. Beside her, a small kerosene lamp flickered. Cale was sitting against a wall, her head back, her eyes closed. She was breathing deep, ragged breaths that sounded like a miracle. Sarah reached into her pocket. The notebook was gone. The tan coat was gone. She was wearing a tattered, oversized sweater that smelled of cedar and dust. She stood up, her legs shaking, and walked toward the stairs. She pushed open the heavy steel door at the top and stepped outside. It was morning, a gray, drizzly morning. The city was still a ruin. The buildings were still broken, but they were solid. They didn't flicker. The sky was a pale, bruised blue, and a real sun was trying to poke through the clouds. In the distance, she saw a column of smoke rising from a cluster of shipping containers. Sarah took a breath. The air was cold, it was dirty, it was perfect. She looked down at her hand. There was a faint, blue stain of ink on her thumb. She didn't hear her own voice calling her anymore. She didn't need to. She was already there. The silence of the new world was heavier than the noise of the old one. It was a silence that had texture, the grit of real dust, the dampness of a morning that wasn't being simulated by a weather subroutine, and the distant, rhythmic creak of a rusted sign swaying in a wind that actually carried the scent of salt from the sound. Sarah stood on the threshold of the basement door for a long time, watching the way the light caught the edges of the broken glass in the street. In the system, light had been a constant, a mathematical distribution of brightness. Here, it was fickle. It shifted behind the clouds, casting long, irregular shadows that didn't obey a grid. Is it over? The voice came from behind her. It wasn't Cale. It was Elias. He was standing at the foot of the stairs, his face pale and streaked with soot. He was clutching a heavy iron gear to his chest like a holy relic, a piece of the printing press that had survived the transition. "I think so," Sarah said. Her voice sounded different. It was lower, gravelly, stripped of the melodic resonance the echoes had given it. It was a human voice prone to cracking. "It feels heavy, doesn't it?" Elias stepped up beside her, squinting at the sun. He let out a breath that hitched in his throat. "It feels like we're made of lead. My head, it doesn't hum anymore." He reached out and touched the brickwork of the doorframe. He didn't just tap it, he leaned his weight against it, his fingers tracing the rough, porous surface of the clay. He began to laugh, a quiet, sobbing sound. "It's real. It's all real. The save failed." "It didn't just fail," a new voice said. Cale appeared in the doorway, her shotgun missing, her arm wrapped in a piece of dirty flannel. She looked exhausted, her eyes sunken and dark, but there was a fierce, terrifying clarity in them. The system didn't just crash, it incorporated the error. "We're the error, Sarah. We're the part of the code that the machine can't delete because it finally recognizes us as the primary data." She looked out at the ruins of Seattle. "But don't get comfortable. The save might have failed, but the world is still broken. We just traded a clean cage for a dirty graveyard." "Where's Miller?" Sarah asked, looking back toward the library. Cale's expression softened just for a second. "He stayed with the press. He said someone had to keep the ink wet until the reboot stabilized. He knew he wouldn't make the jump. His fact was too old, Sarah. He was a legacy file. He wouldn't have survived the physicalization." Sarah felt a hollow ache in her chest. The old man with the milky eyes had been the one to give her the key, but more than that, he had given her the permission to be messy. He had died so she could have a thumb stained with ink. "We need to move," Cale said, stepping out into the street. Her boots made a sharp, satisfying clack on the pavement. "The reboot has drawn a lot of attention. Not from the deputies, they're gone, or at least they're currently being rewritten into something less lethal, but from the others, the ones who were hiding in the deep. They'll be coming up for air now." Gully bounded past them, his tail wagging with a frantic, uncoordinated energy. He stopped at a puddle and began to lap at the water. "Wait," Sarah said, her heart jumping. "The water, is it safe?" Cale looked at the dog, then at the sky. "It's rain, Sarah. It's got ash in it and probably 100 years of industrial rot, but it isn't liquid code. It won't erase your memory. It'll just give you a stomach ache." They began to walk. The city felt different now. Before, it had been a haunted house made of glass and light. Now it was a skeleton. The brutalist library was still there, but it looked smaller, more fragile. The hammered tin and plywood were gone, replaced by the honest decay of concrete and rebar. As they turned the corner toward what used to be 4th Avenue, Sarah stopped. There, standing in the middle of the intersection, was a man. He wasn't a deputy. He wasn't wearing a gray suit. He was wearing a tattered raincoat and a pair of spectacles that were held together with duct tape. He was holding a piece of paper, one of the pages from Sarah's notebook. He looked up as they approached. His eyes were wide, filled with a bewildered kind of joy. "Is this true?" he asked, his voice trembling. He held up the page. It was the one where Sarah had described the way the light looked through a jar of honey. I remember this. I didn't know I remembered it until I read it. I thought it was just a dream I had before the fog." Sarah looked at the page. The ink was blurred, the edges charred, but the words were legible. "It's true," Sarah said. The man looked at her, then at Cale and Elias. He folded the paper carefully and tucked it into his breast pocket. "There are others," he whispered. "By the waterfront. They're finding more pages. They're falling from the sky like snow." Sarah looked up. The sky wasn't just blue and gray. There were thousands of white specks drifting down on the wind. The narrative she had printed, the story of the broken world, had been scattered across the entire sector during the reboot. The machine had tried to process the story, and when it couldn't, it had simply coughed it back out into the physical world. "The archive is everywhere now," Elias whispered. "We don't have to hide it anymore." They reached the waterfront by midday. The Puget Sound was a dark, churning gray, the waves hitting the rotted piers with a violent, beautiful spray. There were people everywhere. Some were sitting on the edge of the piers, watching the water with an intensity that suggested they had forgotten what a horizon looked like. Others were gathered in small groups, reading aloud from the scraps of paper they had found. It was a symphony of fragments, and the smell of the pine needles after the frost. The way the stairs creaked in the house on 12th. My mother's laugh, it sounded like bells. Sarah walked through the crowd, feeling like a ghost returning to her own funeral. No one recognized her as the witness. To them, she was just another survivor, another person with a dirty face and a heavy heart. And that was exactly what she wanted. She found a spot on a rusted bench overlooking the water. Cale sat beside her, resting her head on her knees. Elias went to join a group of men who were trying to figure out how to fix a fishing net. "What now?" Cale asked. "Now we live," Sarah said. "It's going to be hard," Cale warned. "The system is still out there, Sarah. It's just rebooting. It'll try to come back. It'll try to categorize this, to turn our narrative into a new set of rules. It'll try to make the world clean again." "Let it try," Sarah said. She reached into the pocket of her oversized sweater and felt something sharp. She pulled it out. It was a shard of the glass from the library roof. It was clear, but it held a faint, prismatic glow. She looked at her reflection in the glass. Her face was smudged with ink and dirt. Her hair was a mess. Her eyes were tired. She looked real. "Sarah." She turned. Standing a few feet away was a young woman. She looked remarkably like the echo Sarah had seen in the white void, the one who had been singing the beautiful, hollow song. But this woman was different. She was wearing a heavy wool coat, and her hands were red from the cold. "I found this," the woman said, holding out a small, leather-bound book. Sarah's heart stopped. It was the notebook, not the ruined one she had torn apart, but a new one. The pages were blank, the leather fresh and smelling of oil. "I thought you might need it," the woman said. "I saw you on the roof. I saw what you did." Sarah took the book. It felt impossibly light. "Who are you?" Sarah asked. The woman smiled. It was a small, sad smile. "My name is Claire. I was a fact once. I was the fact of how a piano sounds when it's out of tune." She turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd of survivors. Sarah opened the notebook to the first page. She felt the weight of the pen in her pocket, the one she had taken from the archive. She looked at the water, at the ruins, at the people who were slowly learning how to be human again. She thought about the voice she had heard in the dark, the one that had called her name and told her she didn't belong. She realized now that it hadn't been the system trying to lure her in. It hadn't been a trap. It had been her, the real Sarah, the one who had been buried under layers of code and memory, calling out from the margins, waiting for someone to finally write the end of the story so she could begin the next one. Sarah set the pen to the paper. "The second thing I remember," she wrote, "is the taste of salt." The wind picked up, carrying the scent of the sea and the sound of 1,000 voices. The sun finally broke through the clouds, casting a brilliant, irregular light over the broken city. The world was a mess. It was a disaster. It was a glitch in a perfect machine. And for the first time in a long time, Sarah Miller felt like she was exactly where she was supposed to be. She looked at Gully, who was currently chasing a piece of wind-blown paper across the pier. She looked at Cale, who had fallen asleep in the sun. She looked at her own hands, stained with the ink of a story that was finally hers. She didn't need an echo anymore. She had the sound itself. She kept writing until the sun began to dip toward the horizon, painting the sound in shades of bruised purple and gold. She wrote about the man with the coffee stain on his tie. She wrote about the smell of wood smoke in the parking garage. She wrote about Miller and his printing press, and the way the white grid had shattered like glass. She was halfway through the book when she felt a shadow fall over her. She didn't look up. She knew the silhouette. She knew the way the air felt when he was near, a slight chill, a sense of order trying to impose itself on the chaos. "The reboot is 98% complete," the deputy said. Sarah kept writing. The water was cold, but it didn't hurt. It felt like being born. "The new parameters are being set," the deputy continued. He was standing at the edge of the pier, looking out at the water. He was wearing a gray suit, but it was frayed at the cuffs. His face was no longer a blank mask. He had a small scar on his chin, and his eyes were a deep, troubled brown. "The system has accepted the narrative as a core component of the reality. The margins are now part of the text." Sarah finally looked up. "Does that mean you're going to leave us alone?" The deputy looked at her. He looked tired. "No, it means we have to live with the errors. It means I have to remember the way you looked when you pushed that page into my mouth. It means I have to feel the cold." He shivered, a small human gesture that seemed to surprise him. "Good," Sarah said. "The system is asking for a title," the deputy said. "For this iteration, it needs a label for the archive." Sarah looked at the people on the pier, the smoke from the fires, the blank pages of her new notebook. She thought about the voice in the dark, the one that had finally fallen silent. "Tell the system," Sarah said, "that the story doesn't have a title yet. We're still writing it." The deputy nodded. He turned and began to walk away, his figure blurring slightly as he moved into the shadows of the ruined buildings. He didn't vanish. He just walked until he was out of sight, a man in a frayed suit lost in a city that was no longer his to command. Sarah turned back to her notebook. The sun disappeared behind the Olympic Mountains and the first stars began to appear. They weren't the steady, perfect lights of the simulation. They flickered. They were dim. They were millions of miles away. "Sarah," Cale asked, waking up and rubbing her eyes, "you still writing?" "Just a little more," Sarah said. "What are you writing about now?" Sarah looked at the last line she had penned. "I heard my own voice calling me," it read, "and this time I answered." "I'm writing about tomorrow," Sarah said. She closed the book and stood up. The air was getting colder and the smell of the sea was getting stronger. Gully came trotting back to her, a scrap of paper in his mouth. He dropped it at her feet. It was a fragment of a map of a place that didn't exist yet. Sarah picked it up, tucked it into her notebook, and followed Cale and Elias back toward the fires. Behind them, the city of Seattle sat in the dark, a broken, beautiful, real thing, waiting for the sun to come up on a world that was no longer a copy of anything. It was the first day of the rest of the glitch, and for Sarah Miller, that was more than enough. The fire at the waterfront was fueled by the wreckage of the old world, strips of pressure-treated lumber that hissed with chemical resentment and bundles of damp, unreadable ledgers from a nearby office tower. Sarah sat close to the heat, her notebook pressed against her thigh. The warmth was uneven, scorching her shins while the wind from the sound bit at her shoulder blades. It was an imperfect heat, and she found herself mesmerized by the way the orange light danced across Cale's sleeping face. Cale looked younger in the firelight, the hard lines of her jaw softened by exhaustion. Beside her, Elias was meticulously cleaning his spectacles with the hem of his oversized sweater. He was focused on the task with a devotion that bordered on the religious. "What do we do when the wood runs out?" Elias asked, his voice barely audible over the crackle of the flames. "We find more," Sarah replied. "There's a whole city of things that aren't being used for their original purpose anymore." "I don't just mean the fire, Sarah." Elias put his glasses back on, his eyes magnified and watery. "The system, it's still there. You heard the deputy. It's just incorporating us, like a scab. What happens when the scab falls off? What happens when the machine decides it likes the story but doesn't need the storytellers?" Sarah looked down at her ink-stained thumb. "Then we change the story. We keep the ink wet, like Miller said." She stood up, her joints popping. The pain in her leg had settled into a dull, rhythmic throb that served as a constant reminder of her own physicality. She began to walk along the edge of the camp, Gully following at her heels, his tail a low, cautious wag. The waterfront was a tapestry of small, desperate huddles. In the shadows of a collapsed pier, Sarah saw a woman trying to teach a child how to tie a knot. The child's hands were clumsy, and the rope was a frayed piece of nylon that had likely spent a decade underwater, but the interaction was heavy with a gravity that the system could never have replicated. There was no success, animation, no chime of achievement. There was only the quiet, frustrated persistence of two people trying to transmit a skill before the light failed. Sarah realized then that the save hadn't just been a backup of data, it had been an attempt to freeze time. The system wanted a world where nothing was ever lost because nothing ever truly changed. In the system, that child would have known how to tie the knot perfectly the first time, or the rope would have simply snapped into place by a preordained script. Here, in the ruins, the failure was the point. The struggle was the proof of life. She wandered further from the fire, toward the skeletal remains of a ferry terminal. The air here was colder, smelling of salt and the ancient, oily rot of the pilings. She climbed a set of rusted stairs to an observation deck that hung precariously over the dark water. There, leaning against the railing, was the man in the duct-tape spectacles she had met earlier. He was staring out at the horizon, where the dark bulk of the island sat like sleeping whales. "I can't sleep," he said without turning around. "The silence is too loud. I keep waiting for the hum to come back. That low-frequency vibration in the back of my skull that told me I was being watched." "It's gone," Sarah said, leaning against the railing beside him. The metal was freezing, and she liked the way it felt against her skin. "You're just hearing the world now." "It's terrifying," the man whispered. "I feel like I'm made of glass, like if the wind blows too hard, I'll just shatter. I don't know who I am without the echoes telling me what I'm supposed to be feeling." "You're the man who remembers what honey looks like," Sarah reminded him. "That's a start. It's more than most of us have." The man turned to her, his face illuminated by the distant, flickering glow of the campfires. "Is it true what they're saying? That you're the one who broke the sky? That you're the witness?" Sarah looked at the water. "I didn't break it. It was already broken. I just stopped pretending it was whole." She reached into her pocket and pulled out the small shard of glass she had kept. It didn't glow as brightly as it had in the basement, but it still held a faint, inner light, like a trapped firefly. She held it out to him. "Here, take this." The man hesitated, his hand trembling. "What is it?" "A piece of the ceiling," Sarah said. "A reminder that the sky can fall and you can still be standing. Use it to start a fire tomorrow if the matches are wet, or just keep it in your pocket so you know you're not dreaming." The man took the shard, his fingers brushing hers. His skin was rough and cold, but there was a pulse there, thick and steady. He clutched the glass to his chest and nodded, a silent thank you that felt more profound than any speech. Sarah left him there and walked back toward the center of the ruins. As she moved through the streets, she began to notice things she had missed in the frantic rush of the reboot. The city was waking up in strange, stunted ways. A vine had pushed its way through a crack in the sidewalk, its leaves a pale, sickly green but undeniably alive. A bird, a real, feathered thing with a crooked beak, was perched on a bent lamppost, watching her with a black, intelligent eye. It wasn't a programmed entity. It was a scavenger, a survivor of the long dark. She found herself back at the library, or what was left of it. The grand, brutalist structure was a shell. The steel door at the top of the basement stairs was hanging off its hinges. She descended into the dark gully, whining softly at the top of the stairs. She didn't need a lamp this time. She knew the way by the smell of the damp and the memory of the walls. The basement was empty. Kale and Elias had moved their gear to the waterfront, but the ghost of their presence remained. Sarah walked over to the spot where the printing press had stood. The machine was gone, replaced by a pile of rusted iron and shattered cogs. It had served its purpose and then succumbed to the weight of its own reality. She knelt in the dust and began to sift through the debris. Her fingers closed around something hard and flat. It was a lead slug, a single letter from the press. She wiped the grime away and held it up to the faint light filtering down from the doorway. It was the letter *S**. She smiled, a sharp, sudden ache in her chest. She tucked the letter into her pocket next to the notebook. "Sarah." The voice came from the doorway. It was Kale. She was standing at the top of the stairs, her silhouette sharp against the gray morning light. "We're moving out," Kale said. "Elias found a group heading north. They say there's a place in the valley where the soil is clean enough to grow things. They've got a generator and a well." Sarah stood up, brushing the dust from her sweater. "North sounds good." "You don't have to come," Kale added, her voice dropping. "You're the witness. You could stay here. You could be a queen in this graveyard if you wanted to. People are already starting to talk about you like you're some kind of prophet." Sarah walked toward the stairs, her boots crunching on the glass. "I don't want to be a prophet, Kale. I want to be a person who grows things. I want to be someone who gets tired and hungry and old." Kale reached out a hand as Sarah reached the top of the stairs, pulling her up the last few steps. "Old is going to be the hard part. We don't have the system to patch ourselves anymore. Every scrape is going to scar. Every winter is going to hurt." "I'm looking forward to the scars," Sarah said, looking out at the city. They gathered their meager belongings, a few tins of scavenged food, a heavy wool blanket, and the precious notebook. Elias was already waiting by the edge of the street, talking to a man with a cart pulled by two sturdy, shaggy ponies. The animals were a miracle to behold, their breath huffing in the cold air, their eyes wide and rolling. As they began to walk, leaving the ruins of the waterfront behind, Sarah felt a strange sensation in the air. It wasn't the whine of the system or the static of the echoes. It was a low, rhythmic thumping, coming from the direction of the city center. She stopped, looking back. In the distance, the great black towers of the financial district were shimmering. For a moment, a grid of white light flickered across the facade of the tallest building, a ghostly reminder of the world they had escaped. The red progress bar appeared for a fraction of a second, hovering in the gray sky, before it shattered into 1,000 sparks and vanished. The system was still trying to reboot. It was still trying to find its place in the new world. "Don't look back," Kale said, her hand on Sarah's shoulder. "It's just a machine trying to remember a dream." "It's not a dream," Sarah said. "It's a ghost, and ghosts only have power if you listen to them." They turned their backs on the flickering towers and headed north, following the cracked remains of the highway. The road was lined with the rusted carcasses of cars, their windows long ago shattered, their interiors filled with drifted ash and dead leaves. As they walked, Sarah took out her notebook. She didn't stop moving, her pen scratching against the paper in time with her footsteps. "The third thing I remember," she wrote, "is the way the road felt beneath my feet. It wasn't smooth. It was broken and uneven, and every step was a choice. We walked past the ghosts of the old world, and for the first time they didn't call my name. They were just metal and glass. They were just things." The group they were traveling with grew as they moved. By midday, there were nearly 30 of them, Men, women, and children, all moving with the same cautious, bewildered purpose. They didn't talk much. The effort of walking, of breathing real air, was enough to occupy their minds. They crossed a bridge over a river that was choked with debris, the water a muddy brown that churned with a violent, healthy energy. Sarah paused for a moment, looking down at the current. She saw a flash of silver beneath the surface, a fish fighting its way upstream. She felt a surge of something she hadn't felt in years. Not hope. Hope was too fragile, too much like a line of code. This was something sturdier. It was a sense of kinship. She was a fish in a muddy river, fighting against the current of a world that wanted her to be still. By nightfall, they reached the edge of the city. The concrete gave way to dirt and gravel, and the skeletal buildings were replaced by the dark, towering shapes of trees. The forest was thick and silent, the air smelling of pine and damp earth. They made camp in a clearing, the ponies huffing as they were unhitched from the cart. Elias found a fallen log and began to whittle a piece of wood with a small pocket knife, his face set in a mask of concentration. Kale was tending to a small fire, her movements efficient and practiced. Sarah sat a little apart from the others, her back against the rough bark of a cedar tree. She opened her notebook to a fresh page. The light was fading, but she could still see the white of the paper. She thought about the millions of people still trapped in the city, the ones who hadn't made it to the waterfront, the ones who were still trying to navigate the flickering ruins of the system. She thought about the deputy, with his frayed suit and his new, human eyes. She realized that the story wasn't just about her. It was about the transition. It was about the moment the lie became the truth. She began to write, her handwriting growing larger and bolder as the darkness closed in. We are the errors in the machine. We are the ink that won't dry. We are the voices that didn't stop when the whining died. If you are reading this, if you are finding these pages in the ruins, know that the sky didn't fall. It just changed shape. Know that the cold is real and the hunger is real and the pain is real. But so is the light. So is the taste of the rain. She stopped, her hand cramping. She looked up at the stars. They were brighter here, away from the city's ghost lights. They looked like holes poked in a heavy velvet curtain, revealing a brilliant, terrifying infinity beyond. Gully curled up at her feet, his head resting on her boot. He let out a long, contented sigh, his body twitching as he drifted into a dream. Sarah closed the notebook and tucked the pen into the spiral binding. She felt the lead letter *S in her pocket, a small, heavy weight that grounded her to the earth. She looked at Kale, who was watching her from across the fire. "You done for the night?" Kale asked. "For now," Sarah said. "The morning is going to be a long way off." "It always is," Kale said, throwing a fresh branch onto the fire. "But it usually shows up eventually." Sarah closed her eyes, listening to the sound of the wind in the trees. It was a complex, messy sound, the rustle of 1,000 leaves, the creak of old wood, the distant call of a night bird. It was a symphony of variables, a chaos that no computer could ever truly map. She drifted off to sleep, and for the first time in her life, she didn't dream of white grids or red progress bars. She dreamed of a garden. It was a wild, overgrown place, filled with weeds and thorns and flowers that didn't have names. She was kneeling in the dirt, her hands covered in mud, planting seeds that she had carried in her pocket from a city of glass. In the dream, she heard a voice. It was her own voice, but it wasn't calling her from far away. It was right there in her own chest, steady and strong. "Keep going," the voice said. "The story isn't over, it's just beginning." When she woke the next morning, the ground was covered in a thick white frost. The air was so cold it hurt to breathe, and her muscles were stiff and sore. She sat up, shivering, and looked at her hands. They were red and chapped, the ink on her thumb faded but still visible. She reached for her notebook and opened it to the first page. "The first thing I remember," she read, "is the sound of my own voice." She picked up her pen and began to write the date at the top of the next page. She didn't know what the year was, or the month, or even the day of the week. So she just wrote Day 1. She stood up, shaking the frost from her blanket, and went to help Elias with the ponies. The sun was rising over the mountains, a pale, honest yellow that set the frost-covered trees on fire. The world was wide and broken and beautiful, and Sarah Miller was finally, truly awake. The frost didn't melt as the sun climbed. It simply grew brittle, crunching under the weight of the pony's hooves like shattered sugar. Sarah walked at the rear of the line, her leg protesting every uneven inch of the trail. The group had swelled again by mid-morning, picking up a family of 4 who had been hiding in a highway maintenance shed. They looked at Sarah with a mixture of reverence and terror, their eyes lingering on the notebook she clutched like a talisman. "They think you're holding the map," Cale whispered, dropping back to walk beside her. Cale had found a discarded hunting jacket in the back of a rusted SUV, its camouflage pattern stark against the gray-brown of the dying forest. She looked like a soldier of a war that had ended before it began. "There is no map," Sarah said, her voice raspy from the cold. "That's what they have to understand. If there were a map, we'd just be following another script." "Try telling that to people who have spent their whole lives waiting for a GPS to tell them when to turn left," Cale countered. She reached out, steadying Sarah as she stumbled over a protruding root. "You're limping worse than yesterday." "It's real pain, Cale. I'm enjoying it." "You're a masochist." "No, I'm a witness. There's a difference." They reached a crest in the road where the trees thinned, revealing the valley below. It was a bowl of deep greens and scorched browns, bisected by a silver ribbon of water. In the center of the valley sat a cluster of low-slung buildings, an old agricultural research station, perhaps, or a communal farm that had predated the system's total hegemony. Smoke rose from 3 distinct chimneys, a sight so domestic and ancient that several members of the group began to weep silently. Elias, leading the lead pony, stopped and adjusted his spectacles. "It looks solid," he remarked. "Not like the city. The city always felt like it was humming at a frequency that wanted to shake you apart. This looks like it's rooted." "Let's hope the people there feel the same way about guests," Cale said, her hand instinctively drifting to the heavy wrench she still kept tucked into her belt. As they descended into the valley, the transition from the digital ghost world to the physical reality became even more pronounced. The air grew heavier, smelling of wet earth and manure. There were no echoes here, no flickering apparitions of people who had lived 100 years ago, no looping sounds of traffic or phantom sirens. There was only the wind and the rhythmic asterisk clop-clop of the ponies. Halfway down the slope, they were met by a man carrying a long-handled shovel. He wasn't a soldier or a guard. He was just a man who looked like he had been working in the dirt for a very long time. He wore a heavy canvas coat patched with duct tape and leather, and his beard was a riot of gray and white. He stood in the middle of the road, watching their approach with a guarded curiosity. "Where from?" he called out. "The waterfront," Elias shouted back, his voice cracking. "We're looking for the valley. They said the soil was clean." The man leaned on his shovel, his eyes scanning the bedraggled line of survivors. He paused when his gaze met Sarah's. He looked at the notebook, then at her ink-stained fingers. "You're the one," he said. It wasn't a question. Sarah stepped forward, gully trotting at her side. "I'm Sarah Miller." The man spat a dark stream of tobacco juice into the frost. "We heard the sky broke 2 days ago. Some of the younger ones thought it was the end of the world. I told them it was just the beginning of the work. Name's Silas." "Are we welcome here, Silas?" Sarah asked. "If you can dig, you're welcome. If you can carry water, you're welcome. If you're just here to wait for the system to come back and feed you, you might as well keep walking north. We don't have any mana here, just calories and sweat." "We're done waiting," Cale said, stepping up beside Sarah. Silas nodded slowly. "Good, follow me. We've got a pot of stew going that's mostly turnip and old leather, but it's hot. The settlement was a hive of quiet, desperate activity. About 50 people were already there, living in a mix of the original buildings and sturdy, makeshift tents crafted from heavy industrial tarps. There was a sense of order that wasn't dictated by an algorithm, but by the raw necessity of survival. A woman was sharpening a saw on a whetstone. Two teenage boys were hauling a log toward a communal woodpile. An old man was meticulously sorting dried beans into glass jars. Sarah was led to a small cabin that had once been a tool shed. It was cramped and smelled of oil and cedar, but it had a small wood stove and a cot with a straw mattress. "The witness gets her own space," Silas said, leaning in the doorway. "Not because you're a queen, but because we need someone to keep the record. We've got plenty of people who can swing a hammer. We don't have many who can remember the right words." "I'm not a prophet, Silas," Sarah said, sitting on the edge of the cot. The straw crunched beneath her, a sound so delightfully tactile it made her smile. "I don't care what you call yourself," Silas replied. "But people need to know that what happened in the city wasn't a dream. They need to know why the lights went out, or they'll spend the rest of their lives trying to turn them back on. You tell the story. That's your tax for the stew." He left her then, closing the heavy wooden door. Sarah sat in the dim light, the only sound the ticking of the cooling stove. She took the lead letter *S from her pocket and placed it on a small wooden shelf. Then she opened her notebook. She didn't write about the journey or the valley yet. She thought back to the library basement, to the moment she had reached into the heart of the machine and pulled the plug on a world of ghosts. She realized that the system hadn't been an enemy in the traditional sense. It had been a cradle, one that had become a coffin because no one wanted to wake up. "The fourth thing I remember," she wrote, "is the weight of the silence. In the system, silence was a vacuum, a lack of data. Here, silence is a presence. It's the sound of things waiting to happen. It's the sound of the earth breathing." A knock at the door startled her. It was Elias. He looked smaller without the backdrop of the city's towering architecture, but his eyes were bright behind his glasses. He was carrying a wooden bowl of grayish stew. "It's not turnip and leather," he said, handing it to her. Silas was exaggerating. "There's definitely some kind of salted pork in here, or at least something that used to have a pulse." Sarah took a bite. The flavor was intense, salty, earthy, and slightly bitter. It was the most delicious thing she had ever tasted. "How are the others?" "Kale is already organizing a perimeter watch," Elias said, sitting on a stool. "She's in her element. I think she spent so long fighting the system that she doesn't know how to exist without an adversary. Now, the adversary is the weather and the dark." "And you?" Elias looked at his hands. "I'm going to help with the generator tomorrow. It's an old diesel unit, finicky. Logical, I like it. It doesn't try to simulate anything. It either runs or it doesn't." He paused, looking at Sarah's notebook. "Do you think it's really over, Sarah, the deputy? He said the system was incorporating us." Sarah swallowed a mouthful of stew. "The system is a program, Elias. It's designed to resolve errors. We are the error that can't be resolved because we've stepped outside the hardware. As long as we stay here in the dirt, it can't reach us. It can only haunt the places where the wires are still intact." "But what if people go back?" "Some will," Sarah admitted. "Some will miss the comfort of the lie. They'll go back to the city and wait for the grid to flicker back to life. They'll live in the ruins of the simulation like ghosts in a haunted house. But we aren't going back." That night the fever took her. It started as a low simmer in her blood and escalated into a roaring heat that turned the small cabin into an oven. Her leg throbbed in time with her heartbeat, the wound from the basement stairs finally demanding its due. In the delirium of the fever, the walls of the cabin began to shimmer. The wooden grain of the door transformed into lines of scrolling green code, and the sound of the wind outside became the high-pitched whine of a server farm. She saw the deputy standing in the corner of the room, his face a mosaic of static. "You can't stay in the cold forever, Sarah," the apparition whispered. "The save is still running. The buffer is waiting. Just close your eyes and let the update finish. We can fix the leg. We can fix the hunger. We can make the sky blue again." Sarah gripped the edges of the straw mattress, her knuckles white. "It's not blue," she gasped. "The sky is gray and it's perfect." "It's a glitch, Sarah. You're living in a crash. Eventually, the hardware will fail. The sun will go out and there will be nothing left but the dark. Wouldn't you rather be a god in a dream than a corpse in a ditch?" "I'd rather be the dirt," Sarah hissed. She reached for the lead letter *S on the shelf, her fingers fumbling in the dark. She found it, the cold metal biting into her palm. The physical sensation, the sharp edges, the weight, the reality of the lead shattered the hallucination. The deputy dissolved into a cloud of wood smoke, and the scrolling code returned to the quiet pattern of cedar grain. She collapsed back onto the pillow, drenched in sweat, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Gully whined low in his throat and licked her hand. When the sun rose on day 2, the fever had broken, leaving her weak but clear-headed. Her leg was swollen and red, but when she pressed it, the pain was sharp and localized, a healthy sign of inflammation rather than the dull, spreading rot of the system's corruption. She crawled out of bed and limped to the door. The valley was draped in a thick, low-hanging mist that clung to the trees like damp wool. She saw Cale across the clearing, talking to Silas. They were looking at a map spread out on the hood of an old tractor. Cale looked up and saw Sarah, her expression softening for a fraction of a second before returning to her usual mask of tactical indifference. Sarah didn't join them. Instead, she sat on the small porch of her cabin and opened her notebook to the page she had started the night before. "The fifth thing I remember," she wrote, "is the temptation to go back. The system doesn't use chains, it uses comfort. It uses the fear of the dark and the ache of the bones. It offers a world without consequences, where every mistake can be undone with a keystroke. But a world without consequences is a world without meaning. To live is to leave a mark. To live is to scar the earth and be scarred by it in return." As the days turned into a week, the settlement began to take on a rhythm. They cleared a patch of land for a spring planting, their hands blistering as they turned the heavy, frozen sod. They salvaged glass from an old greenhouse to build cold frames. They hunted, bringing back a lean deer that they butchered with a reverent, clumsy solemnity. Sarah became the keeper of names. Everyone who arrived at the valley was brought to her cabin. She would sit with them, her notebook open, and ask them one question. "What is the thing you remember that the system didn't give you?" A woman named Martha remembered the smell of her grandmother's attic, a mix of mothballs and old paper. A boy named Leo remembered the way a bee had stung him when he was 5, the sharp, hot prick of reality that no simulation could quite capture. An old man named Arthur remembered the exact shade of a sunset he had seen over the ocean 40 years ago, a color that the system's sky engine had never quite managed to render. Sarah wrote them all down. She filled page after page with these fragments of reality, weaving a tapestry of human experience that served as a countercode to the machine's logic. On the 10th day, the first snow began to fall. It wasn't the uniform, perfectly hexagonal flakes of the system's winter. These were heavy, wet clumps that stuck to the eyelashes and melted on the tongue. Sarah stood in the center of the clearing, her face turned up to the gray sky. She felt the cold, the damp, and the weight of it. Beside her, Elias was trying to catch a flake on his tongue, his glasses fogging up. "It's different, isn't it?" Elias asked. "It's heavier," Sarah said. "It has mass." "I think I'm starting to forget what the city looked like," Elias admitted, his voice quiet. "I try to picture the grid, the way the echoes walk through the walls, and it's getting blurry, like a dream you try to remember after you've been awake for an hour." "That's how it should be," Sarah said. Suddenly, a shout came from the edge of the camp. Cale was standing on a ridge, her silhouette sharp against the white-gray sky. She was pointing toward the south, toward the city. Sarah and Elias ran, or in Sarah's case, limped to the ridge. In the distance, beyond the veil of the falling snow, the horizon was glowing. It wasn't the soft, natural light of a sunrise. It was a harsh, flickering neon blue. A pillar of light shot up from the center of the city, piercing the clouds and illuminating the underside of the sky with a sickly, rhythmic pulse. The system was trying a hard reboot. From this distance, it looked like a beautiful, dying star. The light was hypnotic, a siren song of electricity and order calling out to the scattered remnants of humanity. "It's beautiful," someone whispered from the crowd that had gathered on the ridge. "It's a trap," Kale snapped. "It's a lure. It wants us to see the light and walk back into the cage." The pillar of light flared, becoming so bright it hurt to look at. For a moment, the grid reappeared in the sky above the valley, a faint, ghostly lattice of white lines that flickered and groaned against the weight of the real snow. Sarah felt the familiar hum return to the back of her skull, the low-frequency vibration of the witness. The system was searching. It was looking for the error. It was looking for her. She reached into her pocket and gripped the lead **S**. She felt the notebook against her hip. "It can't see us," Sarah said, her voice loud and steady, carrying over the wind. "The light is just a memory. It's a lighthouse for a sea that's already dried up. Don't look at the sky. Look at the ground. Look at the person standing next to you." The grid flared one last time, a violent, desperate spasm of geometry that seemed to scream in the silence of the valley. Then, with a sound like a distant glass mountain shattering, the light collapsed. The pillar vanished. The blue glow on the horizon faded into a dull, muddy orange, then into the natural black of the winter night. The sky was empty again. The only light was the flickering orange of their own campfires. The silence that followed was absolute. No one spoke. No one moved. They stood on the ridge, cold and shivering, staring at the place where the miracle had been. Silas was the first to turn away. He picked up his shovel and began to walk back toward the cabins. "The snow's gonna be 6 inches deep by morning," he muttered. "We need to check the roof on the barn." One by one, the others followed. They didn't look back at the city. They looked at their feet, at the path, at the work that needed to be done. Sarah stayed on the ridge for a long time, Gully sitting patiently at her side. She took out her notebook, and by the faint light of the moon reflecting off the snow, she wrote the final entry for the day. "The 6th thing I remember," she wrote, "is the day the lights went out for good. We stood on the edge of the world and watched the old god die. It didn't go quietly. It tried to dazzle us. It tried to remind us of how easy it was to be a ghost. But we chose the cold. We chose the hunger. We chose each other." She closed the notebook. As she walked back toward her cabin, she saw Kale waiting for her by the door. Kale handed her a small, hand-carved wooden whistle. "What's this for?" Sarah asked. "In case you get lost in the snow," Kale said, her voice gruff. "Or in case you hear your own voice calling you again. Blow that. It's a real sound. It'll bring you back." Sarah took the whistle and hung it around her neck. "Thank you, Kale." "Get some sleep, witness," Kale said, turning to head toward the watch post. "We've got a lot of history to make tomorrow." Sarah entered her cabin and built up the fire in the stove. She sat at her small table, the lead letter **S reflecting the orange glow of the flames. She realized then that Miller had been wrong about one thing. The ink didn't just need to stay wet. It needed to be shared. The story wasn't hers to keep. It was a fire that needed to be passed from hand to hand to keep the dark at bay. She opened the notebook to the very first page. She looked at the words, "I heard my own voice calling me **." She took her pen and drew a single, clean line through the title. Underneath it, in a hand that was finally steady, she wrote the new title, "The First Day of the Rest of the World." Outside, the snow continued to fall, burying the ruins of the old world under a thick, silent blanket of white. In the valley, The fires burned steady and true, and for the first time in 1,000 years, the people sleeping in the dark were not dreaming of the machine. They were dreaming of the spring. The snow did not stop at 6 inches. By the time the gray dawn filtered through the cracks in Sarah's cabin walls, the world had been erased and redrawn in shades of bone and slate. The silence was no longer a presence. It was a weight. Sarah dressed in layers of wool and heavy denim, her movements slow as she worked the stiffness out of her healing leg. She tied her boots tight, the laces biting into her skin, and felt a strange satisfaction in the pinch. It was a reminder that her body was a closed loop again, no longer an open port for the system's telemetry. When she stepped outside, the cold hit her like a physical blow, a sharp, crystalline oxygen that burned the back of her throat. Gully bounded out past her, his belly plowing a furrow through the drifts, his tail a frantic metronome of joy. Across the clearing, the settlement was already exhaling. Plumes of wood smoke rose straight and thin from the chimneys of the repurposed sheds and the communal kitchen. She found Elias near the diesel generator, his hands gloved in thick, grease-stained leather. He was huddled with 2 other men over the machine's iron heart. The smell of aerosol starting fluid and old oil hung in the frozen air. "She's being stubborn," Elias called out, his breath a white cloud. The cold thickened the fuel. It's like trying to pump molasses through a straw. "Will it turn?" Sarah asked, stopping beside him. "It has to," Elias said, and for the first time, Sarah saw a hardness in him that hadn't been there in the city. The soft, terrified librarian was gone, replaced by a man who understood that if the pistons didn't move, the water pump wouldn't run, and if the water pump didn't run, they would be reduced to melting snow over fires they couldn't afford to feed 24 hours a day. He wasn't solving a puzzle for the sake of logic anymore. He was fighting for the calories of 50 people. He threw his weight against the manual crank. The engine coughed, a hollow metallic hack that sounded like a giant clearing its throat. He tried again, and again. On the 4th rotation, the machine shuddered, a rhythmic thrumming beginning deep in its gut before it roared into a steady, vibrating life. The smell of exhaust was acrid and foul, but to the people of the valley, it was the smell of a heartbeat. "Logistics are the new prayers," Silas said, appearing from behind a stack of firewood. He looked at Sarah, his eyes squinting against the glare of the snow. "You got your book?" "Always," Sarah said. "Good, come with me. We've got a problem in the cellar of the main house. Something the system left behind, I reckon, or something it took." The main house was a sturdy stone structure that had once been a farmhouse in the 19th century, long before the first server was ever housed in a cooling rack. It had survived the rise of the digital age by being too stubborn to change, but even its thick walls hadn't been entirely immune to the atmospheric bleed of the system's final days. Silas led her down a set of narrow wooden stairs into the dark. He carried a kerosene lantern that cast long, dancing shadows against the fieldstone walls. At the far end of the cellar, near a row of empty canning racks, a section of the wall was wrong. It wasn't a hole, and it wasn't a shadow. It was a patch of static about 3 feet wide, a shimmering blur of gray and black pixels that sat flush against the stone. It hissed with the sound of a radio tuned to a dead frequency. "It appeared after the light show last night," Silas said, keeping his distance. "One of the girls came down for potatoes and nearly walked right into it. She said it felt like her teeth were vibrating." Sarah stepped closer. The cold of the cellar was intense, but the air near the static was warm, a dry, sterile heat that smelled of scorched plastic. She reached out a hand, stopping inches from the blur. The hair on her arm stood up. "It's a fragment," she whispered. "A piece of the buffer that didn't clear when the grid went down. It's trying to render the wall, but it doesn't have the data anymore." "Can we fix it?" Silas asked. "Or do we need to wall it off?" Sarah looked at the static. She saw a flicker of something inside the blur, a brief, strobing image of a pristine, white hallway, then a glimpse of a blue sky that was too bright to be real. It was a window back into the dream, a way out of the cold, the hunger, and the aching labor of the valley. "If you touch it," Sarah said, her voice trembling slightly, "part of you might go back, but it's a one-way trip. The system is a closed loop now. It's a dying animal eating its own tail. If you go in there, you'll just be data in a crashing program." Silas spat into the dirt floor. "I've had enough of being data. I want to know if it's going to grow. Is it a rot?" "No," Sarah said, though she wasn't entirely sure. She took the lead letter *S from her pocket and held it near the static. The metal didn't react, but the static seemed to recoil, the pixels frantic and jagged as they encountered the absolute, unyielding density of the lead. "It's a ghost. Without the grid to feed it, it'll starve. The physical world is too heavy for it." She looked at Silas. "Leave it. Don't cover it up, but don't let anyone touch it. It's a monument, a reminder of what happens when we try to replace the world with a map of the world." They climbed back out into the light, the transition from the sterile heat of the glitch to the biting cold of the morning feeling like a baptism. As the day progressed, Sarah found herself pulled into the labor of the camp. She wasn't strong enough to haul logs, but she could sort the salvaged hardware Elias brought in, categorizing bolts and washers by touch. She worked alongside Martha, the woman who remembered the smell of her grandmother's attic. "Do you miss it?" Martha asked, her fingers nimble as she threaded nuts onto rusted bolts. "The ease of it. I sometimes wake up and try to swipe the air, expecting a menu to appear. I try to mute the sound of the wind when it gets too loud." "I miss the lack of pain," Sarah admitted, rubbing her thigh. "But I don't miss the feeling of being hollow. Everything in the city felt like it was made of cardboard, even the people." "I lost my son in there," Martha said quietly. Her hand stopped moving. "Not because he died, because he stopped being him. He became an echo before the system even took over. He spent so much time in the simulations that when he looked at me, he was looking for a dialogue tree. He was looking for the skip button on my stories." She looked up at Sarah, her eyes brimming with a sharp, clear grief. "I'd rather be cold and remember him as a baby than be warm and forget he was ever real." Sarah reached out and took Martha's hand. The skin was rough and calloused, the nails chipped. It was a hand that had done work. It was a hand that had felt the weight of the world. "That's why we're here, Martha, to make sure the stories don't have a skip button." By mid-afternoon, a new group of survivors arrived. They were in worse shape than Sarah's group had been, frostbitten, wild-eyed and clutching at their chests as if trying to hold their hearts inside. They had come from a neighboring town where the local grid had stayed active longer, flickering and surging as it failed. They spoke of people who had walked into the sea because the sky told them they could fly, and of others who had starved to death sitting in front of blank screens, waiting for the grocery logic to replenish their pantries. Sarah sat with them in the communal kitchen, her notebook open. She gave them hot broth and waited for the shaking to stop. "Tell me your names," she said, "and tell me one thing that belongs to you, not to the system, to you." A young man, barely 20, looked at her. His ears were blackened with frostbite. "I remember the way my dog's breath smelled after he ate grass," he whispered. "It was awful, like rot and clover. I hated it then. I'd give anything to smell it now." Sarah wrote it down, clover and rot. A woman with silver hair and a broken arm spoke next. "I remember the sound of a piano being tuned. That one note over and over, slightly off until suddenly it's right. The system's music was always right. It never had the tension of being wrong first." Sarah wrote, "The tension of being wrong." She realized then that her notebook was becoming a map of the human soul, the parts of it that were too jagged and messy to be compressed into code. The system had tried to optimize humanity, to remove the friction of grief, the grit of boredom, and the jagged edges of physical sensation. But it was the friction that generated the heat. Without it, they were just cold calculations. That evening, Kale returned from a long-range scout. She was covered in a fine dusting of frost, her face wind-burned. She sat by the fire in the kitchen, her rifle leaning against her knee. "The city is dark," Kale said to the room at large. "The pillar of light from last night. It took out the last of the substations. The whole coast is a black hole, but there are lights moving on the highway, not cars, torches." "The ghosts are coming out," Silas said, leaning against the doorframe. "Not ghosts," Kale corrected him. "People. The ones who waited until the very last second. They're coming north because they have no choice. But there are others, groups of men. They aren't looking for soil, Silas. They're looking for what's already been gathered." The room went quiet. The threat of the system was abstract, a ghost in the machine. The threat of hungry men with nothing to lose was as old as the dirt they stood on. "We have the perimeter," Kale said, her eyes meeting Sarah's. "But we're short on hands. Everyone needs to know how to stand a watch, even the witness." Sarah nodded. "I can watch." "Good. You're with me at the south gate tonight. Bring your book if you have to, but keep your ears open. The snow muffles the sound, but it also carries the scent of wood smoke a long way. If we can smell them, they can smell us." The night watch was a study in sensory deprivation. The world was a void of black and white, the only movement the slow drift of snowflakes through the beam of Kale's dimmed flashlight. They stood on a wooden platform overlooking the road that led into the valley. "You think we can keep it?" Kale asked after an hour of silence. "Keep what?" This struggle. People are already complaining about the turnips. They're already talking about how much better the old days were, even if the old days were a lie. Memory is a traitor, Sarah. It polishes the past until the blood is gone. "That's why I'm writing it down," Sarah said, her voice muffled by her scarf. "To keep the blood in the story, to remind them that the ease was a cage." "I hope you're right," Kale said. She shifted her weight, her boots crunching on the frost. "Because if we lose this, there's nowhere left to go. The system was the final frontier. We went as far into our own heads as we could go. This valley is the last piece of the real world." Suddenly, Gully, who had been huddling at Sarah's feet, stood up. His ears pricked forward, and a low, guttural growl vibrated in his chest. Kale was instantly alert, her rifle rising to her shoulder. She didn't turn on the light. She waited, her breath held. From the darkness of the road, a sound emerged. It wasn't the sound of feet, it was a voice. Is anyone there?" It was a woman's voice, thin and reedy, trembling with a terrifying fragility. "Stay where you are," Kale shouted, "hands where we can see them." A figure stumbled into the faint gray light reflected by the snow. It was a woman, dressed in a thin silk blouse and designer slacks that were shredded at the hems. She was barefoot. Her skin was a translucent, waxy white, and she was moving with the jerky, unnatural gait of someone whose motor functions were being managed by a failing processor. I can't find the menu," the woman sobbed. She was looking at her own hands, her fingers twitching as if she were trying to scroll through an invisible interface. "The resolution is too low. Everything is so grainy. Please, can you help me reset? I just want to reset." She wasn't a raider. She was a casualty. A person who had stayed in the simulation so long that her brain had forgotten how to interpret the raw data of the physical world. To her, the snow wasn't cold. It was a rendering error. The wind wasn't air. It was noise in the signal. Sarah felt a wave of profound, aching pity. She stepped toward the edge of the platform. "Sarah, stay back," Kale warned. "She's not a threat, Kale. She's lost." Sarah climbed down the ladder and walked toward the woman. The cold bit at her, but she barely felt it. She stopped a few feet away. The woman's eyes were wide and vacant, the pupils dilated until the irises were just thin rings of gray. "It's not a reset," Sarah said softly. "It's just the winter." The woman looked at Sarah, her head tilting at an acute angle. You have so much detail," she whispered. "Your face, it's not smooth. There are lines, there are spots. How did you get so much memory?" "I lived," Sarah said. She reached out and took the woman's hand. It was like touching a piece of ice. "I let the world touch me." The woman looked down at their joined hands. For a second, a spark of something human flickered in her eyes, a moment of recognition, of shared heat. Then her body shuddered. A high-pitched whine like a failing hard drive escaped her throat. "The save," the woman gasped. "The save is corrupted." She collapsed into the snow, her body folding like a discarded garment. Sarah knelt beside her, checking for a pulse, but there was nothing. The woman had simply ceased to be. Without the system to provide the framework for her existence, her mind had simply shut down, unable to process the absolute reality of the cold. Sarah sat in the snow for a long time, holding the woman's hand. The silk of the blouse felt absurdly thin, a pathetic remnant of a world that didn't believe in winter. Kale came down the ladder and stood over them. She didn't say anything. She didn't have to. The woman in the snow was the future they had all narrowly escaped, a ghost that had forgotten how to be a person. "We'll bury her in the morning," Kale said finally, her voice softer than usual. "Under the trees, where the roots can find her." Sarah looked up at the sky. The clouds had parted, revealing a cold, indifferent moon and a sea of stars that didn't flicker with the rhythmic pulse of a server. They were just points of light, millions of miles away, ancient and real. She realized then that her work was more than just keeping a record. It was an anchor. Every name she wrote, every memory she recorded, was a weight added to the scale, keeping them grounded in the dirt, preventing them from drifting off into the neon void that was still calling out to them from the dark. She went back to her cabin and opened her notebook. She didn't write about the woman's death. She wrote about her hands. "The seventh thing I remember," she wrote, "is the feeling of a stranger's hand. It was cold and it was dying, but for 1 second it was real. It was the only thing in the universe that mattered. We aren't just survivors. We are the architects of the new real. And the first thing we have to build is a place for the dead." She looked at the lead letter *S on the shelf. It was just a piece of metal, a relic of a defunct technology. But in the firelight, it cast a long, steady shadow. Sarah Miller, the witness, the girl who had pulled the plug, closed her eyes. She didn't dream of the city. She dreamed of the spring, of the smell of wet earth and the first green shoots breaking through the crust of the world. She dreamed of a world where the only voice she heard was her own, and for the first time, she wasn't afraid to answer. The morning after the woman died was a gray, featureless expanse that seemed to press down on the valley like a leaden lid. Sarah woke with the chill of the cellar still in her bones, and the image of those waxy, twitching fingers burned into her retinas. She didn't go to the kitchen for broth immediately. Instead, she sat on the edge of her cot and looked at her own hands. They were chapped, the knuckles red and swollen from the cold, a small crescent of dried blood under her thumbnail from where she'd snagged it on a crate. It was beautiful. It was an evidence of existence that no high-resolution render could ever truly replicate because it wasn't perfect. It was the result of friction. Outside, the burial was a silent, grim affair. They couldn't dig deep. The frost had turned the earth into iron. Silas and Elias used a pickaxe to chip out a shallow trench beneath a stand of skeletal birches. There were no prayers, not in the traditional sense. Silas simply stood over the body, wrapped now in a rough wool blanket, and looked at the small gathering of survivors. "She didn't have a name we knew," Silas said, his voice gravelly. "But she was one of us. She got lost in the light, let the earth take back what the machines couldn't keep." As the frozen clods of dirt thudded onto the wool, Sarah felt a hand on her shoulder. It was Martha. The older woman looked tired, her face a map of deep-set lines that seemed to have sharpened overnight. "The others," Martha whispered, nodding toward the new arrivals who were huddled near the kitchen fire. "They're talking, Sarah. They're talking about the sustain. They think if they find a terminal, if they find a backup node, they can go back. They saw that girl die and they didn't see a tragedy. They saw a technical failure." Sarah felt a coldness that had nothing to do with the wind. They want to go back into the cage. The cage was warm, Martha said simply, and it didn't require you to bury strangers in the frozen mud. Sarah left the graveside and walked toward the main house. She needed to see the glitch again. She needed to know if it was fading or if it was feeding on the collective desire of the desperate. The cellar was even colder than before. The kerosene lantern she carried flickered, the flame dancing as if it were trying to escape the glass. When she reached the far wall, the patch of static was still there, but it had changed. It was no longer just a flat blur of pixels. It had gained depth. It looked like a tear in a piece of fabric, revealing a shimmering, iridescent void behind the stone. The sound had changed, too. It wasn't just white noise anymore. If she tilted her head, she could almost hear a melody, a soft, synthesized hum that vibrated in her chest. It was the siren song of the system, the ghost of a world where everything was easy, where no one ever had to feel the sting of a cracked knuckle or the weight of a shovel. "It's growing," a voice said from the shadows. Sarah jumped, nearly dropping the lantern. Elias stepped into the light. He looked haggard, his eyes rimmed with red. He was holding a wrench, his knuckles white around the handle. "I came down to check the pipes," Elias said, though he wasn't looking at the plumbing. He was staring at the static with a look of profound, terrifying longing. "It's a localized loop. I've seen this in the old server farms when the cooling failed. The data gets stuck in a feedback cycle. It creates a pocket of high-density information." "It's a trap, Elias," Sarah said, her voice sharp. "Is it?" Elias stepped closer to the blur. The light from the static played across his face, smoothing out his wrinkles, making him look younger, more vibrant. "In there, the pump never breaks. In there, the fuel never freezes. We could be there, Sarah. We could upload the whole valley. We could bypass the winter." "And what would be left of us?" Sarah demanded, stepping between him and the glitch. "Look at me, Elias. You're a man who fixed a 30-year-old engine yesterday with nothing but grit and a manual crank. You're real. If you go in there, you're just a string of ones and zeros waiting for the power to run out." Elias looked at her, and for a second she saw the librarian again, the man who was terrified of the world. "The power is asterisk running out here too," he whispered. "We're just dying slower." He turned and walked away, his boots echoing hollowly on the wooden stairs. Sarah stayed in the cellar for a long time, watching the static. She took out her notebook and began to write, her pen scratching loudly in the silence. "The eighth thing I remember," she wrote, "is the temptation of the ghost. It offers a world without gravity, but a world without gravity is a world where nothing can take root." She realized then that the system wasn't just a machine. It was a philosophy. It was the ultimate expression of the human desire to avoid pain. And as long as the world remained hard, the system would always have a foothold in the human heart. By midday, the tension in the camp had reached a breaking point. A group of the new arrivals, led by a man named Miller, a former systems architect with a sharp jaw and eyes that never seemed to blink, had gathered in the center of the yard. They weren't working. They were arguing with Silas. "We know what's in the cellar," Miller was saying, his voice carrying in the crisp air. "It's a gateway, a bleed-through. If we can stabilize the frequency, we can reconnect with the primary hub in the city." "There is no hub," Silas growled, his hand resting on the hilt of a hunting knife at his belt. "The city is dark. The towers are dead." "The physical towers are dead, yes," Miller said with a condescending smile. "But the architecture is decentralized. It's in the satellite mesh. It's in the atmospheric buffers. We don't need the grid, we just need a bridge. That patch in the cellar is a bridge." "It's a grave," Sarah said, stepping forward. The crowd parted for her. She was the witness, the one who had seen the heart of the machine. They feared her, even if they didn't respect her. "I saw a woman die last night because she tried to walk across that bridge. Her mind couldn't handle the transition because there's nothing on the other side but a crashing program." "She was unshielded," Miller countered, turning his gaze on Sarah. "She was a civilian. I know the protocols. We can use the salvaged hardware Elias brought in to build a stabilizer. We can go back to a world that makes sense. The world makes sense right now, Sarah said, gesturing to the snowy peaks and the smoke rising from the chimneys. It's hard and it's cold and it's unforgiving. That's how sense is made. You earn your life every morning when you wake up. I don't want to earn it, a young woman from the back of the crowd cried out. She was shivering, her hands tucked into her armpits. I want to be warm. I want to see my mother again. She's in the archives. I can hear her calling me. The words sent a shiver down Sarah's spine. I heard my own voice calling me. That was how it started. The system used your own memories, your own loves as a hook. It's not your mother, Sarah said softly. It's a recording, it's a mirror. Enough, Silas roared. There will be no stabilizing anything. That cellar is off limits. Anyone caught near it will be exiled. We have work to do. The wood piles are low and the wind is picking up. The crowd dispersed, but the air remained thick with resentment. Sarah saw the way Miller looked at the main house. He wasn't finished. He was a man who believed that every problem had a technical solution, and he viewed the physical world as a bug that needed to be patched out. That afternoon, Cale called Sarah to the armory, a small shed filled with salvaged tools and a few hunting rifles. We have a problem, Cale said, cleaning a lens on a pair of binoculars. I went back to the south gate. There are more of them, not the ghosts like the woman last night. These are organized. They're wearing tactical gear. They have vehicles, electric ones, silent. The system's enforcers, Sarah asked. No, something worse. Scavengers who kept their tech. They're tracking the energy signatures. They're looking for the same thing Miller is looking for. They want a way back in, but they want to own the server when they get there. They're coming for the glitch, Sarah realized. They're coming for the valley, Cale corrected. We have the only working water pump for 50 miles. We have shelter, and we have a hole in reality in our basement. To them, we're just a resource to be harvested. How long? By nightfall, maybe sooner. They're moving slow because of the drifts, but they're coming. Cale looked at Sarah, her expression unreadable. Silas wants to fight. He thinks we can hold the ridge. But I've seen these guys. They have thermal optics. They have drones. We're fighting with sticks and stones. We have something they don't, Sarah said, a sudden desperate idea forming in her mind. We have the lead. She took the letter *S from her pocket. The static in the cellar, it reacted to this. It's a physical element that the system can't calculate. It's too dense, too real. If we can't hide the glitch, maybe we can use it. Cale frowned. Use it how? If we can draw them into the cellar, if we can make them think they're winning, that they're getting what they want. Sarah's voice trailed off. She didn't like the thought of what she was suggesting. It was a trick, a digital ambush in a physical world. You want to bait them into the static, Cale said. It wasn't a question. I want to show them that the dream is dead, Sarah said. But to do that, we have to make the dream look alive for just a few more minutes. The plan was a desperate gamble. They spent the remaining hours of daylight preparing. Silas and the stronger men moved the grain sacks and the potato crates to the upper floors, clearing the path to the cellar. Elias, despite his earlier wavering, was drafted to help. He was the only one who understood the electrical signatures. He rigged a series of salvaged batteries to the cellar's wiring, creating a hum that mimicked a functioning server rack. Miller and his followers were kept under guard in the kitchen. They were furious, but when Cale showed them the approaching raiders through the binoculars, the black shapes moving like predatory insects across the white plain, their bravado vanished. They'll kill us all, Miller whispered, his face pale. Not if you do exactly what I say, Sarah told him. You want to be a systems architect? Fine. I need you to build a ghost. As the sun dipped below the mountains, painting the snow in shades of bruised purple and cold blue, the first of the raiders reached the perimeter. They didn't come with a roar. They came with the hum of high-frequency scanners. The valley was suddenly bathed in the green glow of laser sights. "Don't fire," Kale whispered into the radio. She was positioned on the roof of the main house. "Let them come. Let them think we've abandoned the post." Sarah stood in the center of the yard, alone. She held the kerosene lantern in one hand and her notebook in the other. She felt small, a tiny speck of warmth in a world that was rapidly turning to ice. A black SUV, modified with wide tracks for the snow, rolled silently into the yard. 3 men stepped out. They were dressed in matte black ceramic armor, their faces hidden behind sleek digital visors. They looked like creatures from another dimension, beings of pure utility. The leader stepped forward. A synthesized voice crackled from a speaker on his chest. "Where is the node?" Sarah didn't flinch. "There is no node, there's only us." "The signature is coming from the structure," the leader said, gesturing to the main house. "Move aside, witness. We know who you are. The system has a long memory for those who pull the plug." "If you go in there, you won't come back," Sarah said. The man laughed, a cold, mechanical sound. "We aren't looking to come back, we're looking to go up. The physical world is a failing asset. We're here to liquidate." They pushed past her, their boots heavy on the porch boards. Sarah followed them, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. Inside, the house was dark, save for the rhythmic, pulsing light coming from the cellar stairs. Miller had done his job well. He had used the salvaged LEDs and the battery packs to create a strobe effect that perfectly mimicked the heartbeat of a functioning mainframe. The raiders didn't hesitate. They descended into the cellar, their visors scanning the environment. They saw the patch of static, now nearly 5 feet wide, a swirling vortex of gray and silver that seemed to vibrate the very stones of the house. "It's beautiful," one of the men whispered, his gloved hand reaching out. "Wait," the leader commanded. He stepped toward the glitch, his visor flickering as it tried to process the lack of data. "It's a raw buffer. It's unencrypted." He turned back to Sarah, who stood at the bottom of the stairs. "You've been sitting on a gold mine. With this, we can bypass the security locks on the orbital arrays. We can restart the simulation." "It's not a gold mine," Sarah said. She reached into her pocket and gripped the lead letter. "It's a mirror, and it's showing you exactly what you want to see." "It's showing us the future," the leader said. He turned back to the static and stepped into the warm, sterile heat it radiated. He reached out a hand, his fingers disappearing into the blur. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the static began to scream. It wasn't a sound of a person. It was the sound of 1 billion files being deleted at once. The iridescent void inside the stone surged forward, wrapping around the leader's arm like a liquid. He tried to pull back, but his armor, filled with sensors and microcircuits, was being recognized by the glitch as data. It began to pull him in, not as a man, but as a file to be processed. "System error," the speaker on his chest shrieked. "Corrupted data, abort, abort." The other 2 raiders tried to grab him, but as soon as their suits touched the static, they were caught in the same feedback loop. The glitch was hungry. It was a dying program trying to find enough memory to sustain itself, and it had found 3 high-density sources of information. Sarah stepped forward, her face illuminated by the terrifying, beautiful light of the failing reality. She held out the lead letter. "The world is too heavy for you," she whispered. She threw the lead *S into the center of the static. The effect was instantaneous. The lead, dense, unyielding, and utterly devoid of digital signature, hit the center of the glitch like a bullet through a screen. The static buckled. The pixels fractured into 1,000 jagged shards of black and white. There was a sound like a thunderclap, a sudden, violent vacuum of air that knocked Sarah off her feet. When she opened her eyes, the cellar was dark. The heat was gone. The smell of scorched plastic had been replaced by the clean, sharp scent of cold earth. The raiders were gone. Not dead exactly. There were no bodies. But their armor sat in a heap on the floor, empty and hollow, The ceramic plates cracked and the electronics blackened. Their physical forms, the parts of them that were human, had been stripped away by the glitch in its final, desperate attempt to render them. Sarah stood up, her legs shaking. She looked at the wall. The static was gone. In its place was just a rough stone wall, a few of its rocks scorched black. In the center of the floor, the lead letter *S lay in the dirt, perfectly intact. She picked it up. It was cold. Above her, she heard the sound of footsteps. Kale and Silas came down the stairs, their lanterns casting long shadows. They looked at the empty armor, then at Sarah. "Are they?" Silas started. "They're data now," Sarah said. She felt a profound weariness, a weight that seemed to settle into her very marrow. "They got what they wanted. They're part of the loop." Kale looked at the scorched wall. "Is it over?" "That hole is closed," Sarah said, "but the world is still cold, and we still have to find enough wood for the night." They climbed out of the cellar for the last time. Outside, the remaining raiders, seeing their leaders vanish and their tech fail, had fled into the darkness, their silent vehicles disappearing like ghosts into the trees. The camp was quiet. The survivors stood in the yard looking at Sarah. Even Miller was silent, his eyes fixed on the ground. The dream of the sustain had been broken. There was no gateway. There was no reset button. There was only the valley, the snow, and the long, hard climb toward spring. Sarah walked to her cabin. She didn't light a fire. She sat in the dark and opened her notebook to a fresh page. "The ninth thing I remember," she wrote, her hand steady despite the cold, "is the silence after the machine stops. It's not a void, it's a space, and in that space we have to learn how to speak again." She looked at the lead letter in her lap. It was just a piece of metal, but it was heavy, and in a world that had almost vanished into light, weight was the only thing that mattered. She closed her eyes, and for the first time in a long time, she didn't hear any voices at all. She only heard the wind and the slow, steady beat of her own heart, keeping time with the turning of the world. The silence that followed the collapse of the glitch was not the peaceful sort. It was a vacuum, a pressurized absence that made Sarah's ears ring. In the cellar, the air felt scrubbed clean, stripped of that oily, synthetic ozone that had permeated the manor for days. She stood amidst the hollowed-out husks of the raiders' armor, looking at the empty ceramic shells. They looked like discarded cocoons, the organic life that once inhabited them, rendered into nothing more than a momentary flicker of light in a failing program. She climbed the stairs, her boots feeling twice as heavy as they had an hour ago. When she reached the kitchen, the warmth of the wood stove hit her like a physical blow. Miller was there, slumped at the long oak table, his head in his hands. He didn't look up when she entered. The bravado of the system's architect had evaporated, replaced by the hollow stare of a man who had just watched his god die. "It's gone," Miller whispered, his voice cracking. "The signature. I can't feel the pulse anymore. You killed it." "I closed a door that should never have been opened," Sarah said, her voice raspy. She walked to the stove and poured a cup of lukewarm pine needle tea, her hands shaking so violently the liquid slopped over the rim. "You weren't looking for a bridge, Miller. You were looking for an exit, but there's nowhere left to go." Silas stood by the window, his silhouette sharp against the moonlight reflecting off the snow. He was watching the tree line, his rifle leaned against the sill. "The rest of them scattered," he said, not turning around. "They saw the light from the cellar, that white flash, and they ran. They're tech worshippers, Sarah. When the tech fails, they have no spirit left to fight with, but they'll be back, or others like them will. Word will spread that this valley holds something special." "There's nothing special here anymore," Sarah said. "Just us and the winter." "That's special enough," Kale added, stepping into the room from the porch, dusting snow from her shoulders. She looked at Sarah with a new kind of intensity. "We need to move the armor. We can't leave those suits in the cellar. People will start poking at them, trying to see if there's a stray circuit left to scavenge. We need to bury them." "Bury them?" Miller scoffed, finally looking up. "That's high-grade ceramic weave. The power cells are fried, sure, but the plating. We bury them, Sarah interrupted, her voice steel. We aren't scavengers of the old world anymore. If we keep using their skin, we'll start thinking like them again. We'll start looking for the easy way out. The next morning broke gray and lethargic. The valley was buried under another 6 inches of fresh powder, smoothing over the tracks of the raiders and the chaos of the night before. It was as if the earth was trying to reset itself, a physical version of the system's scrub cycles, though much slower and more honest. Sarah found Elias by the frozen pump. He wasn't trying to fix it this time. He was just sitting on a crate, staring at his hands. The skin was cracked and bleeding from the cold, the grease of 30 years of mechanics ground into the lines of his palms. I almost went in, he said without preamble. When I was down there rigging those batteries, I could hear the humming. It sounded like my wife's voice, not the way she sounded when she was sick. The way she sounded when we were 20 in the city before the towers went up. It was so clear, Sarah, I could smell her perfume. Sarah sat beside him, the cold of the crate seeping through her trousers. I know, it uses what we miss most. It's a predator that feeds on nostalgia. Is it still there? He asked, a desperate hope flickering in his tired eyes. In the walls, in the air. No, Sarah said. The lead broke the cycle. The information has nowhere to store itself. It's just noise now, lost to the entropy of the universe. Elias nodded slowly, a single tear tracking through the soot on his cheek. Good. I think I'm ready to be old now. I'm tired of being promised a way to stay young. They spent the day in a somber, rhythmic labor. They dug a trench in the frozen earth behind the barn, a grueling task that required fires to be lit on the ground first to soften the permafrost. They laid the empty suits of armor into the hole. To Sarah, it felt like burying ghosts. As the dirt thudded down onto the matte black breastplates, she felt a sense of closure that no digital archive could ever provide. This was the weight of the world. This was the cost of being real. By noon, a new problem arose. The new arrivals, those who had followed Miller, were gathered near the storehouse. They weren't rioting, but they were motionless, a silent strike of despair. Without the hope of the bridge, the reality of the freezing valley had become unbearable to them. We can't do this, a young man named Aris said when Sarah approached. He was holding a shovel as if it were an alien artifact. The calories we spend just to stay warm are more than the food we're eating. It's a losing equation. The system would have balanced this. It would have optimized the distribution. The system would have let the bottom 10% of you starve to keep the top 1% in a state of bliss, Sarah countered. Here, we all go hungry together. That's the balance. It's not enough, Miller said, stepping out from the group. He looked diminished, his sharp jawline softened by a day's growth of beard. You destroyed our only chance at reconnection. You've condemned us to a slow death in the dark. Sarah looked around at the faces, pale, terrified, and longing for the velvet cage of the digital world. She realized that the glitch hadn't been the real threat. The threat was the vacuum it left behind in their hearts. Listen to me, Sarah shouted, her voice echoing off the barn. I am the witness. I remember the world before the system, and I remember the world inside it. Inside, you were immortal, but you were also static. You were a loop of your best moments, played over and over until the meaning was bled dry. You didn't grow. You didn't change. You didn't love. You just accessed the data of love. She pointed toward the mountains where the sun was struggling to pierce the overcast sky. Out here, every breath is a victory. Every meal you scrape together is a testament to your existence. You say the equation is losing, then change the variables. We aren't files to be optimized. We are people who endure. And if we can't, Ares asked softly, then we die as ourselves, Sarah said, and that is the greatest dignity we have left. She walked away, leaving them to their silence. She didn't know if her words had taken root, or if they were just more noise in the wind. But she had to believe that the physical world had a gravity of its own, that the sheer necessity of survival would eventually pull them out of their lethargy. In the afternoon, Kale called her to the perimeter. "Look," she said, handing Sarah the binoculars. On the far ridge, a group of figures was moving. They weren't the raiders. They were dressed in rags, moving slowly, carrying bundles on their backs. More refugees. The collapse of the city's peripheral nodes must have been accelerating. As the system's physical infrastructure failed, more and more people were being ejected back into a world they no longer understood. "We can't take them all," Silas said, appearing behind them. His face was grim. "Our stores are already stretched. If we bring in another 20 mouths, we won't make it to February." "If we turn them away, they die in the drifts," Sarah said. "And if we take them in, we all die," Silas snapped. "That's the math, Sarah, the real math you're so fond of." Sarah looked at the figures on the ridge. They were stumbling, one of them falling and being hauled up by two others. They were the living remnants of a dream that had turned into a nightmare. "We have the greenhouse," Sarah said suddenly. "The one Elias found in the old blueprints. It's collapsed, but the glass is mostly intact in the shed. If we can build a thermal mass heater, if we can get it running." "With what fuel?" Silas asked. "The peat from the marsh," Sarah said. "It's backbreaking work to harvest it in this weather, but it burns slow and hot. If we want to survive, we have to stop acting like a camp and start acting like a village." Silas looked at her for a long time. The hardness in his eyes didn't vanish, but it shifted. "You want to bet our lives on a pile of mud and some old glass?" "I want to bet our lives on our hands," Sarah said. The next few hours were a blur of activity. Sarah didn't ask for volunteers. She simply grabbed a sled and started toward the marsh, her boots sinking deep into the slush. At first, only Kale followed. Then, slowly, Elias joined them, bringing a set of rusted peat cutters he'd found in the cellar's dark corners. By the time they reached the marsh, a dozen others had joined the line, including Aris. Miller stayed behind, watching from the porch, but even he eventually picked up a hammer and began to clear the debris from the greenhouse foundation. The work was brutal. The peat was heavy, waterlogged, and freezing. Sarah's fingers went numb, then began to ache with a dull, throbbing heat. Her back felt like it was being compressed by a vice. But with every block of earth they cut and loaded onto the sleds, she felt a strange, fierce joy. This was the opposite of the system. This was the resistance of matter. It was difficult, it was messy, and it was undeniably real. As the sun began to set, the first load of peat was brought back to the camp. They stacked it near the barn, a dark, earthy monument to their labor. The refugees on the ridge had reached the gate. They were a pathetic sight, gaunt, wild-eyed, and shivering. Silas stood at the gate, his rifle slung over his shoulder. He looked at the refugees, then at the pile of peat, then at Sarah. "Open the gate," he commanded. The newcomers were brought into the main house. They were given hot water and blankets. They told stories of the city, of the towers turning into silent tombstones, of the ghosts who had simply sat down and refused to move when the screens went dark, waiting for a signal that would never come. Sarah sat in the corner of the kitchen, writing in her notebook by the light of a single tallow candle. "The 10th thing I remember," she wrote, "is the taste of salt. Not the salt of the sea, but the salt of sweat and tears. It is the flavor of survival. The system was tasteless. It was a sterile, distilled existence. But this has a bite." She looked up as Elias approached. He held something in his hand, wrapped in a greasy rag. "I found this when I was clearing out the rest of the cellar," he said, setting the object on the table. He unwrapped it. It was a small, hand-cranked shortwave radio. It was old, older than the system, perhaps a relic from the era of the First Wars. "Does it work?" Sarah asked. "The internal battery is dead, but the copper coils are good," Elias said. "If I can hook it up to a small turbine in the creek, we might be able to listen." "Listen to what?" "To the world," Elias said. "There have to be others, other valleys, other people who didn't go into the light. We've been acting like we're the last sparks in the dark, Sarah, but maybe we're just one of many. The idea sent a jolt through her. For so long, her world had been defined by the boundaries of the valley and the intrusive reach of the system. The thought of a wider world, a world of scattered, struggling holdouts, was both terrifying and exhilarating. "Fix it, Elias," she said. "Let's see who's left." That night, the wind howled around the manor, shaking the timbers and rattling the window panes. But inside, the air was thick with the smell of damp wool and wood smoke. There was no static. There were no voices calling from the walls. There was only the sound of 30 people breathing in the dark, a collective rhythm that felt more powerful than any processor. Sarah couldn't sleep. She went to the window and looked out at the yard. The lead letter *S* was on the windowsill, catching the faint moonlight. She picked it up, feeling its cool, heavy presence. She realized then that her role as the witness was changing. She was no longer just a recorder of the past. She was a chronicler of the beginning. The system had tried to end history, to turn the human story into a finished book that could be read over and over again. But the book had been torn open. The pages were blank again. She looked toward the cellar door, which Silas had barred with heavy iron bolts. She knew the glitch was gone, but she also knew that the temptation would remain. As long as the world was hard, people would dream of a way to make it soft. Her job was to remind them that the softness was a lie, that the only thing worth having was the thing you had to bleed for. In the distance, she heard a faint, high-pitched whistle. It wasn't the wind. It was the sound of Elia's makeshift turbine, spinning in the icy waters of the creek. It was a small, fragile sound, but it was a start. She sat back down at the table and turned to a new page. "The 11th thing I remember," she wrote, "is the sound of the creek. It doesn't have a melody and it doesn't have a message. It just flows. It moves because it must, because gravity demands it. We are like the water. We have been frozen for a long time, held in a beautiful, icy stillness. But the thaw is coming. It will be violent and it will be loud, and many of us will be swept away. But we are finally moving." She closed the notebook and leaned her head against the cool glass of the window. For the first time since the world ended, Sarah felt a strange, quiet peace. The voices were gone. Her own voice, the one that had called to her from the static, was silenced. In its place was something better. The silence of a person who is exactly where they are supposed to be. Outside, the snow continued to fall, covering the grave of the armor, the pile of peat, and the tracks of the weary. The valley was a white void, a blank slate, and tomorrow they would wake up and they would begin to write upon it. The fire in the hearth popped, a sharp crack of seasoned hemlock that made Miller flinch. He was still sitting at the edge of the light, his fingers tracing the wood grain of the table as if he were trying to find a touch-sensitive interface hidden in the oak. Sarah watched him from across the room. The transition was always hardest for the architects. To go from a world where reality was a malleable suggestion to a world where a splinter could cause an infection was a brutal descent. "You think you've won a victory for the soul," Miller said, his voice barely audible over the whistling wind. "But you've just traded a palace for a gutter. We had the sum total of human knowledge at our fingertips. We had art that never decayed. We had voices that never grew raspy with age." "We had a mirror," Sarah replied, leaning back into the shadows of her chair. "We were staring at a reflection and calling it a companion. You weren't hearing the world, Miller. You were hearing a recording of what you thought the world should be. That's why the glitch was so terrifying to you. It was the first honest thing the system ever produced, a scream of exhaustion." She stood up, her joints aching. The physical toll of the last few days was settling into her marrow, a heavy, rhythmic throb that reminded her she was biological, finite, and fading. She walked to the window. The frost had formed intricate, fern-like patterns on the glass, crystalline structures that followed the laws of thermodynamics without needing a single line of code to dictate their symmetry. "Go to sleep, Miller," she said. "Tomorrow we start the insulation on the east wing. If we don't get the wool packed into the wall cavities, the wind will cut through this house like a knife. There are no thermal overrides here, only blankets and labor. He didn't move, but his shoulders slumped further. Sarah left him there, a ghost haunting a house that had finally decided to be a house again. She climbed the stairs to her small room at the end of the hall. It was freezing, the air so thin it felt like breathing glass. She crawled under the heavy layers of quilts, smelling of cedar and old dust, and stared at the ceiling. For the first time in years, the ghost light was gone. Usually, even in the deepest dark of the manor, there was a faint, bluish phosphorescence that clung to the corners of her vision, a remnant of the ocular implants that had never quite powered down. But tonight, there was only the velvet blackness of the mountain night. She slept fitfully. Her dreams were not of the system, but of the peat marsh, the smell of the ancient, rotting earth, the way the black water clung to her boots. She dreamed of the weight of the lead letter in her hand. When she woke, the sun was a bruised purple smear on the horizon, and the house was already alive with the sounds of survival. Downstairs, the kitchen was a hive of controlled desperation. Cale was organizing the new arrivals, dividing them into teams. Those who could still use their hands were assigned to the greenhouse project. Those who were too frail or shell-shocked were given the task of carting the raw wool they'd salvaged from the old textile mill 3 miles down the valley. "The radio," Elias whispered as Sarah entered. He was hunched over the shortwave set, his ear pressed to the speaker. The hand-cranked turbine hummed in the background, a steady mechanical drone. "Listen." Sarah leaned in. At first, there was only the chaotic roar of atmospheric interference, the sound of the sun hitting the ionosphere, the lonely hiss of a planet spinning in a vacuum. But then, beneath the static, there was a rhythm. Dash dot dash, dash dash dash. "Morse?" Sarah asked. "Old school," Elias nodded, his eyes bright with a feverish intensity. "It's a repeating loop. I think it's coming from the coast, maybe the old naval station at Bremerton." "What does it say?" Elias scribbled on a scrap of paper, his hand trembling. "It's just coordinates, and a single word over and over, firmament." "The sky?" Cale asked, stepping over to join them. "Or the ground," Sarah said. "The foundation. They're telling people where the earth is still solid." The discovery of the signal changed the atmosphere of the manor. It was no longer just a lifeboat. It was a node in a ghost network. The refugees, who had been sitting in listless silence, began to speak to one another. They traded stories of where they had come from, the collapsing arcologies of the South, the floating suburbs that had drifted into the sea when the power grids failed. They were a shattered people, but the sound of that rhythmic clicking on the radio gave them a pulse. By midday, the work on the greenhouse had begun in earnest. They used the sleds to haul the salvaged glass panes from the shed. Sarah worked alongside Aris, the young man who had been so convinced of their doom the day before. He was clumsy with the tools, his hands soft from a lifetime of haptic interfaces, but he didn't stop. He scraped the old putty from the window frames until his knuckles bled, his face set in a mask of grim determination. "Why did you do it?" Aris asked, not looking up from his work. "In the cellar, you could have kept the bridge open. We could have had the information. We could have looked up how to fix the heaters, how to synthesize the medicine. We would have been looking at a map while the house burned down around us," Sarah said, lifting a heavy pane of glass. "The system didn't want us to solve problems, Aris. It wanted us to ignore them. As long as you have a screen telling you that things are getting better, you don't notice the roof caving in." "But it's so hard," he whispered. "Everything is so heavy." "That's how you know it's real," Sarah said. "Gravity is the only thing that doesn't lie." By late afternoon, the first row of glass was set. It wasn't pretty. The frames were crooked and the putty was a lumpy mixture of lime and rendered fat, but it held. When Sarah stepped inside the skeletal structure, she could feel the temperature difference immediately. The sun, weak as it was being trapped. The air was still, smelling of damp earth and the promise of growth. She sat down on a pile of bricks, her breath hitching in her chest. She looked at her hands. They were filthy, the nails broken, the skin stained with the black grease of the peat and the gray dust of the lime. They were the hands of a laborer, a peasant, a survivor. They were the most beautiful things she had ever seen. As the light began to fail, a shout went up from the perimeter. Silas was standing on the porch, pointing toward the southern